simple truth she dare not speak. Her light can only blind and burn. No mercy for the guilty. Bring down their lying sun. Blood so silver black
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Now Demonte in the backline, onto Doppel he goes, finishing off the job he started. What a clean execution. Phoenix might be able to turn it back around. Speaker going to be the target. Phoenix continuing to throw very nice cues. Demonte, though, dashing in, has the execute ready to go. Flips over, gets one, maybe makes it two onto a ball, but it's going to be close and not quite enough. Back into the trail we go. Dig fighting for their lives, but not quite able to get it for Demonte. It's Phoenix, though, able to play clean up, make it a triple. But here's the flank. Again, the pinch comes in for Brandini and Giyu. Rupture finds two. They're going to eat Rikara. He goes down instantly as Giyu now going to dive back around, gets the Vanguard dead. Johnny still dancing around his teammates as Matt finds a Devour and it takes down Schernfire. 2v3 now for the rest of EG, and definitely needed to be protected. Andrews chasing down Jenkins, though he might be able to carry the fight. A triple kill for the jungler, a quadra kill for the jungler. Isui falls, Schernfire and Rikara the only ones left alive, but the CC is there, the Nexus is bare, and Evil Geniuses Academy are going to finish off this kill, take down the Nexus, and sweep TL out of playoffs. Hello and welcome back to your Super Week of Playoff League of Legends action. I am Julian Petrie-Tamkar, joined by Alberto Crumspringifo to bring you back into the Spring 2020 Academy Playoffs for DIGA Academy versus Evil Geniuses Academy. Crums, how you doing,
man? I am doing really well. The rain has kept me in, so I've been looking into more League of Legends stuff, and it turns out that this is going to be such a tight series because, well, for one, we haven't even seen Dignitas play, but they were the second seed coming into playoffs.
That's true. We are into the semifinals now, so we'll take a look at how we got to this point here in Academy as we pull the bracket up in the semifinals. And TSM also a clean through versus 100 Thieves, but two very different teams, as you said, Crumbs. We haven't seen either of them yet, but Cloud9 and Dignitas, the 1 and 2 seeds here for a reason.
Yeah, and TSM, while their win was really impressive over 100 Thieves, Evil Geniuses is 6-1 with Giyu, including the playoff games and the time that he played in the regular season. So they are actually on a really hot tear with this roster. So I totally see why Cloud9 would like to play against TSM instead.
Yeah, certainly seems like they'll both have tough matchups. But for me, I think EG are the hardest non-Cloud9 team. I mean, Dignitas have certainly dropped off towards the end of it. And as you mentioned, since Giyu joined the roster, it feels like EG have just been on an absolute tear. So will be interesting to see how those mid laners match up. So we'll have a look at Giyu versus Demonte. Demonte looks so good in the early weeks of the season, but I feel like the late weeks certainly belong to EG's new mid lane.
They absolutely have been. And luckily, we actually got to see these two players go head-to-head in one game. So it was in March 20th, so not too long ago, and the game was actually really close, 2-2 until it wasn't. It ended up 13-3 in the favor of Evil Geniuses, and mid lane was a point where Giyu to have a lot of flexibility to roam. It was roams to the top lane, to the bottom lane, playing the Zoe and impacting side lanes that really got ahead of Dignitas. Demonte normally wanted to do that role, but Giyu was one step ahead, so that might be the foreshadowing for what's to come today.
Yeah, certainly have seen different styles from these teams. EG have been very mid-game oriented and really just playing together as a team. You mentioned the roams from Giyu. It feels like their team play is the thing that's really set them apart, which is impressive for a team that has changed multiple different players throughout this season. For Dig, it's the same thing that got them to 8-0 in the first place before they started dropping off. It's pick winning lanes and win the game. But both these teams, Crumbs, have had issues in the mid to late game, especially around objectives. So if the games drag on, even if the teams get a lead, as you can see, their gold leads here look very good, but they keep the gold leads surprisingly close as well for two teams that have looked so solid. So we could be in for a doozy of a season,
yeah.
Let's put it.
The gold leads not changing means that the teams are not doing their best at snowballing, or that they perhaps are and falling back on some major plays that give them some setbacks. Regardless, that just means that inside the game, we're going to have a lot of back and forth, whether it's a dragon fight that turns into a Baron or a bad call that turns into a backdoor. Backdoors have been the name of playoffs, I think. And yesterday, if you liked what you saw, I think that today, with how close those gold graphs were, I think we're actually going to see at least one of the games end that way.
Yeah, but of course, we couldn't talk about either of these teams without talking about all three of their junglers. Ander has been a superstar, honestly, for Evil Geniuses. He's 4-1 on Olaf in particular, which certainly is a pick that I imagine will be at least given attention to by Greg. But Greg, on the other hand, only played it once. It's a loss, so not much to take away there. But Acadian leaving this team feels like the biggest story. It's like he was such a big part of this team alongside Demonte. Him going into the LCS to try and help Dig out there for their playoff chances means that now Greg is left to kind of battle with a team that he didn't expect to be playing with. And I'm not saying that he's the sole reason for Dignitas dropping games. Certainly, they dropped games with Acadian as well. But this has not been the same team that we thought was going to be the undisputed first place team, maybe even undefeated team come this
They
time.
didn't ride out the whole season with the roster, and whether the jungle position affects the team or not, the fact that everybody else has to deal with a new playstyle, different kind of voice, shot calling, will mean that you just have less time to adjust to Grig's style. They obviously can flex them back and forth here, but I think it would be an injustice to do so, and you'd really want to see Dignitas actually get the playoff win here, because with the two LCS and Academy lineups, moving Acadian up really was a move of resources to try to get in playoffs here. And now that they didn't make it into the LCS, if they would also fail to deliver in the Academy front, it would really just, it would sting, because you just dropped the ball into
Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens here in our first champ selects. We do have Grig in at least for game 1, and EG is the roster we expected. Yumi, Callista, and Tom Kench, though, the first few bans. We didn't get a chance to talk about the bot lanes yet, but certainly both have had their moments this season. Definitely, and Matt in particular, have looked very good recently. Phoenix and Ole maybe still building some of that synergy back up, but Senna also going to continue our trend of banning out bot lane picks here, because if there's one thing I can tell you about Phoenix, he's really good at harassing opponents and just outplaying you. So Senna, it's kind of a weird for a supportive champion, but that is not something you want to be giving Phoenix. He's very, very good on that champion.
No, and you don't want to give that much confidence for a player that has a likelihood to maybe get caught out to be able to place from so far back. You want to make sure that in the opening game you're testing the waters and you're putting every player on picks that can be punished. And something like a Senna, if you're not really focusing your game plan around shutting that lane down, will mean that what could have been another support like a Tom Kent or a Nautilus walking into places and dying by themselves is now someone that's bullying your lane and no longer a place for you to find resources to snowball from a lane.
Well, this is such an interesting draft, because the 5th ban from Dig was Aphelios, and Syndra was the last ban for EG, so Set being first pick doesn't really surprise us given how many power picks have been banned away, but I haven't seen this much tension towards the bottom lanes in quite a while. 5 of the 6 bans were directed down there in the 2v2, so EG will answer with Ornn and MF by the looks of things. Definitely, Matt certainly prefer to be on the winning side of most of their matchups, but we've seen the Ezreal from both Phoenix and Definitely as well. That's something that's also been popping back up, so maybe we'll get Phoenix's Ezreal again. We've also seen it being flexed mid, and of course there's something like a Varus, which is selected now, which Phoenix can fall back to as well, so that's going to join Braum there for all.
Love the Braum here, being able to, you get so much value already from this Braum pick, like, you block Ornn, and you can block Misfortune. What more do you need from your support? Ole has his job cut out for him this game. It's going to be very important that he actually delivers on that. Otherwise, you're not doing anything from this pick. But they have a very powerful setup for 2v2ing down here. The ability to lock somebody down, whether it's the concussive blows into Varus, Chains of Corruption, means that Cleanse is something that will probably be looked at from a lot of EG players, or at least some QSSs. That is going to mean that this probably is going to go pretty late. You've got Ornn, you've got Jarvans and the Misfortunes. People want to farm to get their items.
We've certainly seen the metagame from at least like the first 4 or 5 weeks of Academy, let's say, shift slowly towards more tanks being in with those items being buffed, and much more mid to late game. Like, we've seen way more team fights, I feel like, than we did in the more snowbally versions of the game in the early weeks.
I think it happens
so
almost every tournament, where you start the regular tournament like, oh, early game, it's all about the early game. You gotta know how to close a game out, and then playoffs come around where games really matter, and suddenly everyone goes full lockdown. You gotta go late. If you don't have the late, you're not winning.
That's true. Olaf and Trundle, though, kind of surprising bans for EG, who highlighted Anders' success on that pick, and Grig's only 1 play and was the loss, although again, not really much data to take away from, but actually picking Jarvan and then banning away 2 junglers here, so giving Grig some respect. Maybe he's been playing more of those picks. Again, we haven't seen Dignitas yet in the playoffs, so they could potentially have been hiding some things as well. I do also appreciate the Aurelia respect here as well, given over to Giyu, who has looked very good on that champion, but with Syndra banned and Zoe dropping through this late, this feels like a very easy pickup for Giyu. So not only do we say after one game, Crumbs, that you shouldn't give Giyu Zoe, this is like perfect conditions for Zoe at this point.
It really is. I mean, they have Jarvan and Zoe, so you've got a really great setup. Mid lane is going to be in a lot of trouble. Whether you take cleanse or not, the Jarvan can always come at you. So this is EG crafting a very powerful 2v2 to hopefully transition into side lanes. I'm so excited to see what Monte's got for this, because you have counter picks like Zillion that you can always play. You've got all these very high skilled mid laners, but I suspect something like a Cassiopeia would just be the one and done. Oh!
Alright. That's Yasuo. That one's interesting. It does pair well with Gragas, which was the jungler of choice here for Dignitas, so I like the aggression.
Yes.
Certainly not the Zoe counter pick I would have expected, but I guess against Zoe the plan is to play double walls here with Braum and just try and get ahead in that mid jungle 2v2, which again we highlighted as being very important for both.
Exactly, you nailed it. It's a double wall. You've got double wall against Misfortune, against Braum, against Ornn, maybe even the Zoe. Hell, it could even work against the Nautilus, right? You can block that hook. So I think that they're crafting something to deal with a lot of members on EG. Now it's a matter of, can you lane and get out of the laning phase to get to the team fight and then execute on it? So they're putting a big burden on their execution here. But that's what you love to see. We haven't seen this team, if they have been practicing these kinds of drafts, opening the first game with a Gragas Yasuo ensures that for the rest of the series, at least you get a Yasuo ban.
I mean, again, the conditions for this draft to make Zoe that good in that spot as a blind pick was very well set up by EG, which Dignitas had to have known given how they drafted. So I'm going to give them credit for a really well navigated draft. Again, one game isn't going to tell us if Yasuo or Gragas is the right kind of counter pick here, but I at least appreciate that Dig, who as you said have been unscouted until this point, are showing something different and at least trying something, because I think the worst thing you can do against Zoe is give up the lane and just have her take over the mid game, which I feel like I've seen too many times. So we'll see how it works out. The champion select now squared away. We are going to be taking a quick commercial break to add a delay for competitive integrity, so don't go too far away. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hello and welcome back for Game 1. Well, we've already finished up Champ Select. We'll be jumping into the action in just a moment. But if you are just joining us now, the big highlight of that draft, Crumbs, is one of your favorites. It is Gragas Yasuo being drafted here for Dignitas.
It is absolutely one of my favorites. I'm always going to bring this up. It was the combo that I played to qualify into the LCS when we were down, backs against the wall. Gragas Yasuo, you busted out. And it's very easy to execute. Honestly, if you run it down, it revolves around just camping that lane and then finding targets with no flash and constantly throwing casks at them. If Damonte and Grig have been working on their synergy, we could be up for a very explosive game 1.
And generally, like, I would say the players individually should have these champions, like, ready to go. Like, Damonte certainly I know can play Yasuo. Greg has lots of experience on very standard junglers, and Gragas certainly fits his wheelhouse of, a slightly more aggressive jungler where he can be a bit more of a playmaker. So I like the combo. It's funny that this has kind of become the Cloud9 special, both in LCS and Academy for the longest time, that it kind of hit the point that you said where it's like, I don't get why other teams don't play this, because it's not that difficult. Like, yes, individually these champions can be challenging, but you don't need to do absolute 110% Yasuo and Gragas in order to get use out of two ultimates, right? You just have to be willing to be able to play the lane, have your team know how to play around them, and then just run around clicking R.
Yeah, it's more important than you have the Yasuo player know what he's doing, and that the Gragas just knows that he has to camp the lane, get him ahead, and then team fights become such an easy burden. Before it was, how does Jarvan find the angle? Does the Ornn ult need to hit? All these things. Now you just see someone throw R and let Yasuo do his thing. You hopefully have Braum to help him with the shield. So the point after you get ahead should be relatively easy to execute. It's, does Grig blow flash on Giyu early game? Does he look for the level 6 right away into the mid lane? Are they roaming? Are they synergizing well? Because if they get that down, then they will be able to ride it all the way to the Nexus explosion.
Yeah, we do have the set as well for Lolo, so just pointing out a couple of tiny ult interactions here. So set ultimate does not trigger Yasuo ultimate, but his E will Facebreaker. It's funny because he flies into the air with them. Believe it or not, not a knock-up. He's just carrying them through the air before he tornadoes them into the ground. So that one doesn't work, but the E pullback will, I believe. And Nautilus, conversely, his ultimate will not be blocked by Windwall, but his Q, as you mentioned in champs like Crumbs, will. So there's a couple of cute little things going on as far as the ultis go back and forth, but we'll see what happens. I like the combo that Dig drafted. I think it's very aggressive. It suits their style. I think EG have also picked very comfortable champions for themselves. We already said that there is no way Giyu should be getting Zoe back, and here in Game 1, Dignitas are going to let him have it and see if they haven't got something figured out. So Game 1 here for the semi-final, our first semi-final of Academy 2020 Spring, Crumbs. Dignitas, the number 2 seed, who were at one point the far and away number 1 versus Evil Genius Academy that have crept from kind of the depths in the early weeks to near the top, finishing 3rd. Very well could have finished in 2nd given their surge late in the season. So it should be quite a close series.
Yeah, it should. And I think you hit the nail on the head in the champion select with Dignitas creating this plan against the Zoe. Because I'm with you. You should probably not let you have this pick again, considering it was what he played in the same match, EG versus Dignitas, a few weeks ago. The reason why I think this was specifically crafted against Zoe was the Irelia ban. You know that you really prioritizes that, and you don't want to be playing Irelia against Yasuo. Well, getting rid of that really just prompts you to have that pick ready to go. And Syndra being banned, you know that his champion pool was likely going to fall all the way down to this when the Misfortune and Ornn were first taken. So this is a game plan, I think, against Giyu. So it could be the first time that somebody has at least tried to do something about the mid lane against Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, certainly going to be looking at mid jungle for both these teams. As we can see, Greg started red with a bit of help and has gone down now to his Krug and soloed his red. So starting on the opposite side, now walking over to his blue and getting the 2 buffs up very quickly. So we'll see where the junglers do want to focus their attention. As the bottom lane 2v2 has also begun. It seems like Phoenix on LA willing to play pretty far up here. Both these ADs are actually fairly aggressive, so certainly can see some options, but again, Ole hitting the Qs when it matters, getting rooted on the way back, but level 2 early means that Dignitas now have the early edge in the
And they do that because they have that, that little ward on the river. It's about to die right now, but they were just trying to make sure that they don't fall for the red into bottom lane cheese that we've seen start to spread through a few teams. So instead, the Jarvan recognizes, hey, there could be a ward here and looks for a gank here. Phoenix and Ole are in some deep trouble. Let's see if Matt and Deftly pull it off.
This is really nicely parked here. Flash root is going to land. The exhaust is down, and they're going to get the slow, slapping Phoenix away. They're baiting out a flash. Phoenix finally flashes, uses his barrier, but the Q is not enough. Still, Ole going to get locked up. They need a kill here. They're not going to get it, and both of Dignitas' bottom laners somehow get out there.
Wow, the defensive double summoners from Dignitas is what keeps him alive. I don't think EG anticipated that they were dealing with barrier heal and not an ignite or even an exhaust. So that is what kept them alive. They did everything they could against the Varus. He just was tanky.
You can see a couple of little interactions there in the mid lane as well. Demonte getting slept and instantly windwalling before he goes asleep to make sure the Paddle Star is more challenging to follow up. And then Giyu, of course, using his passive to auto attack, which is not a projectile that can be blocked by windwalls. So, as expected, Zoe versus melee matchups is pretty good as far as pushing and harassing goes. But to Demonte's credit, certainly knows his way around the early levels of this lane because he's kept the CS nice and even and himself in a safe spot. In fact, it's Grig that's going to wrap around the top of mid here.
Ooh, this is a good gank.
Windwall down for a bit of animation cancel. Matt is here. Good knock up, but now maybe a little too far forward. Drowsy is good. Ooh, the tornado is going to miss, and that's Grig left out to die. See ya later. First blood as Phoenix is way too late for this play. Only level 2 on the Varus. Demonte, no follow-up. Tornado. And Dig too late to save their jungler.
What a fantastic roam out of Matt that actually picks up the first blood. And think about what that does to the tempo of the game. You just saw Jarvan gank the bottom lane and get so much from the 2v2, every single summoner. Grig goes for his first gank, and as a result, he not only burns his flash, but ends up giving first blood. Now he can't even punish any lane. He's now on the back foot despite not being able to execute a gank after and pull the first one off.
Yep, also, I believe, slight change on the wall there. I think Demonte used it to pre-block the bubble that he expected, which was kind of a cool play as well. Again, lots of interactivity in this mid lane matchup, which is fun, but yeah, as you mentioned, just a really tight roam there from Matt and Deftly. I mean, I think Deftly didn't even go. He's just Matt. It was all they needed to get things happening there. And given the pressure that happened for Phoenix and Ole, again, losing all their summoners to Anders' early gank, that's a huge win for Evil Genius's Academy in the early.
Oh, they're so happy. The only thing they have to worry about that from is that Giyu does not have summoners now and that Demonte still has his, because Grig can just hit level 6 and the play on mid lane is still the same. Zoe, not really the best at escaping ganks, especially if she doesn't have movement speed available right away. So I need to see Grig return to the mid lane despite it being the place of his first death.
Yeah, we'll also see at least Demonte probably have his ultimate next time Grig does want to come into the mid lane. So even if Zoe's playing, you know, a screen away or so, trying to be as defensive as possible, certainly possibilities to dive, certainly of the range to try and lock down the Zoe. So for now, we'll see where Grig does want to go as Ander has started up the first Drake of this game. It is the control ward down for EG, and Ander is going to go ahead and try and solo down this Drake and then get some help from Matt and Deftly, who have pushed in their opponents once again. In fact, Deftly's CS numbers looking nice versus Phoenix in the 1v1. He's 10 up right
Oh
now.
yeah, the loss of summoners for Phoenix. What? Come on. Alright, that was just looking at that flag and drag on the scuttle. This is a good angle from Grig. You were mentioning that you could play really safe. Grig can always control the Raptor camp and then just ult Zoe into the Yasuo. They're looking for a 3-man here, and Yasuo does have his ultimate.
Back he goes, gonna get knocked back again, uses the flash. They're gonna have to be careful. Lola misses the face breaker, and Grig does not have the angle for the E, so this is gonna be called off.
Oh my word, that was really something else, because Grig missed the slam, and then Lorlo missed his face breaker as well. So they committed 3 people here, didn't get anything. Now EG gets to respond. We don't see it from the Fog of War, so this is pretty cool from the observers. Maybe the Zoe shows up in a brush and pops Phoenix. Yep, they're here.
Yep, nice ward, but I don't know if they can even get out of this dive. They are going to move in here. Giyu looking for the bubble, finds it, TP down here, and that's going to force EG away. So a nice defense there from Dig, but that does force Lolo down here, which gives Brandini time in the top lane.
Free, they got so much. Now Brandini, not only does he get the crash wave top, he doesn't die, and now Lolo just loses his TP. It's a really big win out of EG to just play around top lane and bottom this way.
Yeah, oh, good hook as well. Onto Matt in the 2v2. Ole gets the door up, but almost not in time. He's low enough to make it rain. He's chipping away at the health bar. Phoenix and Ole have to be careful. Grig kind of forced to be here, so it will be a 3v3. Level 6 now for the Gragas, though.
Definitely has ult. They could dive this.
TP, they're going to wing for it. They want it now. Brandini with the ulti ready to go as well. Oh, I'm going to blow the horn. No, a great ult there from Ole to buy a little bit more time, but here comes the ram. Oh, good work from Grig as the hook is going to miss from Matt. It's a bit messy under the tower. The bullet time, though, is going to finish it off, and Phoenix going to get rooted and deleted, as that's a second kill there for definitely now. The Yasuo in amongst it, but the exhaust is nice from Matt as Brandini's trying to get away. He's low on health, but Giyu finally here to reinforce. There's a good bubble, but it doesn't extend properly, and Brandini now going to get healed, but Anda finds the flash, and that's going to be it from EG. Almost another kill is definitely, will he flash forward? He does have the discipline to hold on. The EG respond perfectly there, grabbing kills under the tower.
No man left behind. What a team play to make sure that Brandini gets out alive so that he doesn't just get obliterated from that play bottom lane. That was so good out of them. They got the TP and immediately, no hesitation, we're already down here, and they got the counter jungle, the red buff, so they can go for this dive. And while the execution wasn't as clean as you'd like, now you see that Brandini does not get his Ornn Horn. Definitely's already in the right position. He can hit a very nice ultimate from here. Hopefully it displaces the bot lane, so Phoenix has no way but to stay under the turret, and then the instant exhaust here. Watch what Anda ends up doing here, because I think he was the real hero here for Brandini. He flash combos to stop Damonte from ulting.
Yeah, and that was Giyu's heal as well, giving Brandini a bit of extra health. I was wondering where that one came from, because definitely does have cleanse. But it was the Zoe. Again, the full 5 from EG able to help out. And this has been what this team, to me, has been most impressive at, is coordinating in these early game and these mid games to just make 5-man plays or multiple people plays in so many different situations. They are incredibly quick to TP in. Giyu is always knowing when his roam timing should be. And again, for a team that had their mid laner join, what, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
They have been very impressively building coordination already.
It's crazy because our narrative for almost every single team that has a new member join at a later time, especially a new member that hasn't even played with the team before, is usually that it takes some time to adjust. There's things like jet lag and all of these other elements that come into play. This might be one of the smoothest slots into a roster that we've seen, whether it's LCS or Academy.
And I will say, one of the beneficiary, and likely not by accident, of so much of this action is once again Deftly. Like, yes, he's been playing very well individually in Academy. He's 30 CS now ahead of Phoenix, as the Rift Tower gets dropped for some extra gold as well. Lola, though, getting chased down here. We'll hold our thought on young Deftly, as Lola going to have to juke his way out. Nice flash, but good from Matt to pressure enough to get the summoner spell out.
Another charge in the top lane, and that CS needs to be picked up, so the bottom lane will just swap out here. This puts the Dig bottom lane in a position really far back that doesn't let Ole roam a lot. So Matt with Moby should be free to roam around and not care too much about Miss Fortune, since she's going to likely collect that wave in top. EG is just raking in gold at this point. It's only 11 minutes in, but remember their gold graph that we saw earlier, like what their leads look like at 10 or 11? This is greater than their averages by, I think, a fourfold.
Yeah, by a lot. This is almost 3,000 gold ahead for EG, so very impressive early game here. Again, constantly playing, grouping together, and able to just support each other and give definitely this early Essence Reaver. As Ole and Phoenix will try and answer in the top lane. Demolish will proc. A little bit more to go to grab all the plates and the tower itself, but EG are probably fine trading given the lead they've built. They're going to grab this Ocean Drake for themselves instead, as it will reveal, I believe, the Cloud Rift for this go-around.
Ooh, that's a pretty exciting rift, all things considered. This 3v2 probably can't be pulled off here by Dignitas. 2 level 6s here. There's no Ornn ultimate, but the damage is really only the Varus here. Grig is quite behind, so he doesn't have enough to burst someone like Nautilus and Ornn.
Yeah, they're trying to chip away. Ulti here onto Lolo, who again has no flash from earlier. Haymaker's up and ready. And they're going to go into stasis. Bullet time going to get burnt away. And definitely, once again, is going to nab the kill.
So well played by Anda. You might be thinking, why is he using these Zhonya's right there? But fear not, he's making sure that Lolo cannot use his ultimate to get out of that Cataclysm. So it keeps him locked down for Deathly, who continues to receive all the gold that EG want to put in his pocket. Another turret cashed in by him. He's going to be so quick to that Infinity Edge, and if Brandini upgrades that first, this is the strongest misfortune that this game has seen.
Yeah, I feel like Deathly could not have asked for a better mid laner. You know, Gyu has constantly been in bottom lane almost every game we've seen him, and of course is hanging just fine in his individual 1v1 as well, as Damonte is going to be forced back a little bit further. This gold lead just getting a little out of control, to be honest with you. We're approaching 4,000 gold now as the gold lead mounts up. And with those 2 Drakes also secured, EG in position to just have almost a record-breaking early game for them, at least as far as their average getting pushed up goes.
Pretty outrageous lead, honestly. Usually even the Cloud9 LCS team doesn't actually go this hard this early, because they haven't really given up anything. They're losing these plates, but no turrets. And turrets mean map control, which if you don't have, you're starting to bleed out even more. Dignitas, I'd like to see them commit to another play. I think that they were really disheartened when they messed up the top lane dive against Ornn and never looked for anything again, but that's just not what's going to keep them in this game. They need to continue to pile on with Damonte, and he's going with a Blade of the Ruined King build to try to split push, but I don't know about that one. You do miss on a lot of power without that Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, not having crit on Yasuo can be tough, but I do appreciate that players are kind of throwing Blade of the Ruined King on everything ever since he got buffed for melee champions. And they're going to leap in onto the enemy jungle, going to steal that big chicken away, which again is most of that golden XP. Key difference, of course, between Cloud9 LCS and everyone else is that, yes, this is an impressive early game lead for EG, but how does it look in 10 minutes time, Crumbs? Because one of our big questions for Evil Geniuses Academy was, how do they close the game? Because they consistently got early leads in their quarterfinal as well, but closing the game was not nearly as clean. If you can do that against the number 2 seed, then all of a sudden we have a very different perspective on the series as we did coming in. We thought EG was strong, but if they can just clobber Dig in the early game and then close that cleanly mid, then they're even stronger than we thought.
Yeah, and that is what happened in EG versus TL, where their early game was, okay, that's pretty good, but then when they came to closing, they really started to struggle. Here, we want to see control over Dragons, pretty much immaculate control at this point. They need to secure this third one, and if they can show us that at least in one game, they can get a very early Dragon Soul, it shows that they have been working on their past mistakes, where they could get to 2 dragons, but then would maybe get picked off or overextend going for a play maybe a minute before the dragon spawns, and then if you mess it up, you die, and then the respawn just puts back every effort at contesting those objectives, whether it's vision or setting up for a fight. So keeping an eye on the timer and then deciding whether to fight or not will be what EG is most preoccupied with.
Well, they were looking at mid-outer, which was a nice bit of pressure, but with the Drake spawning in now just under a minute, EG are going to do the right thing and reset, buy up some control wards, and look to make their way around the next objective. Definitely, again, just considering to receive all of the benefits of this early game lead. He's 3-0-0, he's got 350 extra gold on his head, but most importantly, he has an Essence Reaver and now an Infinity Edge, finished it under 16 minutes.
Look at his counterpart, what Phoenix has now. I mean, I like Umbroglaive as much as the next guy. It's a pretty good item, but when you're dealing with 3 tank boys already, and you're forced to go Armor Pen after your lethality, and your MF is going to have an upgraded IE over you, oh, Phoenix is just, like, he has to just aim for Gyu at this point. And there's really no other target that he can think about either locking down in an ultimate or poking it effectively, so his work is cut out. It's just very tough because Gyu can just as easily one-shot him.
Yep, and they get the Rift Herald. They have more than enough time to transition down to Dragon, and they'll get the mid-outer turret. They'll get the gold as Gyu taps the tower to make sure. And now moving straight down this Drake. This is extremely clean top to bottom map play for EG. And I'm not good at Mass Crumbs, so I cannot confirm this, but quickly looking at the item costs in my head, I think the best way I can demonstrate the separation between Phoenix and Deathly is I'm fairly confident Infinity Edge is worth more than all of Phoenix's items combined.
What? Okay, Glaive is 24, correct? And the other one is 14.
Lustrous is 1400.
Yeah. So 38.
Yeah, I think it's close.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly how much Infinity Edge costs, but look, all we can say is Deathly is clearly very far ahead in this game, and all of EG actually just popping off so far. 4,500 gold ahead, mounting up towards 5,000 gold. They did what you asked, Crumbs. They cleanly got that third Drake and even got the second Herald. In fact, without that tower that Dig did get for themselves in trade in top lane, we'd actually be looking at a perfect game here for EG. Instead, it'll be close to flawless potentially if Dig can't get any kills on the board. So, not a position we usually see Dignitas succeed in. They have not looked particularly good in games where they aren't ahead early, even though towards the back half of the season, I think they were better at playing longer games, because again, that was kind of what the meta demanded of you as a team, is you had to be able to play late better. But this is the lead that EG do not look like they're letting go of anytime soon.
No, they're really building it well. They're not overextending for plays, and I think that's the biggest difference that I'm noticing here. They don't feel particularly bloodthirsty, yet they're still finding the objectives that they need to go after. I think the champions really help with that regard. They're not champions that can just dash into the backline and immediately get popped. Right? It's maybe the tank line, but they are so tanky that they need DPS. And so this is just one of those standard compositions where nobody can truly just run it down to try to make their own play. You need each other to set you up, and that kind of comp usually holds the reins of the likelihood that somebody goes off on their own and makes a play that could cost an objective for the team.
Yeah, definitely pushing solo in the top lane. Demonte doing the same. He does have his Blade of the Ruined King now finished, so at least getting some side lane pressure, which is nice. In fact, he should be somewhat effective as Brandini, although Brandini's so tanky right now that I think just the one item for Yasuo isn't going to be enough. Dignitas, though, trying to fend off the rest of the assault as Ole gets blasted by a bubble.
So much damage.
Out of Giyu.
So much damage.
I mean, already just one item's on the Sork shoes for Giyu. It's not going to get any easier versus Zoe. There's basically no magic resist at all for Dig at this point, and the big moment of the game's coming up, Crumbs. 2.5 minutes. At 21 minutes, the Dragon Soul will be spawning, and if EG do it as cleanly as they did the last time around, Dignitas are going to have no hope of contesting, as this game is just snowballing wildly out of control.
No hopes of contesting, yet they could still go for the same thing that the Yasuo Gragas comp is known for. Just try to pick somebody with that ultimate. I think that the Blade of the Ruined King, you know, it's not bad by any means, right? You have a lot of power with the on-hit being procced on your Q, and chasing somebody down like Zoe could be really valuable as she speeds away from you. So why not just look for a target that the Yasuo can collapse on? So I know he's splitting into the bottom lane, but what I want to see Dig here do is let him get to the mid lane mark and then just collapse through the river, have Gragas sneak in someplace where EG's by themselves, and ult the target, see if you can burn some spells before the dragon fight. And if you can find a pick there, you've just bought yourself 5 more minutes in the game to look for another play or farm more items.
Yep, again, this Drake is coming up real quick, but EG will not be given it without a fight, is my guess here. EG now taking their recalls, they're going to go back, spend their money. In fact, Giyu did just pick up his Oblivion Orb, so he's ready to spell pen through pretty much everyone on the Dig side right now.
Whoa.
Dig will not be there pretty early, but we'll see if they can make it back out in time to contest for this Drake, because, like you said, they do have tools to at least find a pick off and delay the game, because right now that's all they can really ask for.
You got good items to deal with the penetration, yet Matt and Anda just finished their stone plate, so suddenly the tanks of EG just got as strong as they're supposed to be. So they are peaking exactly at the right time for their 4th dragon. Dignitas' contest is looking grim, but the 5-man tells me that they're gonna fight it no matter what.
Yep, they're certainly going to look for something here. Definitely also with an extra BF sword to join his already 2 completed BF sword items. Oh my goodness, Phoenix. That was a single double up from MF. And now Anders just pressuring. I mean, they have no AD carry basically after that bit of poke.
They can't fight it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Phoenix can't really lifesteal easily, can't afford to go back. People are falling asleep. Greg's ulting. Oh, they're going for the MF. Definitely getting out of their flashes. And Brandini now with a big ram in the flank. Olay with a nice block, but EG just charging in. They found Phoenix again. Anda snipes him out with a flag and drag. As the ulti out of the Varus is going to keep the rest of them away. Lola with a good face breaker. Brandini low and will be felled. So a 4v4 here for Dignitas, but I don't think they can do much else. And Giga's just going off in the front lines.
1v4.
Stealing flashes, flashing around. Yeah, he kept them away. So that's going to be Dragon Soul over to EG.
Dignitas tried to do the play, right? Look for the immobile target, ulti them, but Greg made it so obvious. It was just A-ramming into the mid lane. There was no element of surprise, and when EG can just so easily collapse, I mean, look at this. You know what's happening.
Yep.
It's so easy for EG to collapse and immediately delete the Yasuo. There was no threat to Deathly whatsoever. They're lucky that Olay was able to cancel the Ornn Horn from really committing there, and that Anda was not in range of that Cataclysm. Good trade back there from Lorlo on Brandini, but besides that, they lost the soul, and now Elder is the next objective for the Dragons.
Oh, Gio is just, I mean, both the carries here on the EG side are just poke fiends at this point. I mean, Zoe is always like that, but that double up from definitely onto Phoenix was absolutely disgusting. And now I just don't think Dignitas can really enter this neutral space. I mean, it's not really neutral. It's just completely controlled by EG.
Yeah, it's got their flag marked all over it. They kind of know this, and look at what's happening in the top lane. Yasuo sneaking to the brush, and you've got Gragas here. This is the play they're looking for. This could actually be the one. Does Deathly have the Spidey sense, or does he continue to walk forward?
We'll see. He has been side lanes a lot, but they do not pull the trigger because they can't see the rest of EG. We, of course, know where they are, and that they're actually playing back and resetting the map, but Dignitas didn't want to go overly aggressive with no information, but definitely certainly has been picking up farm wherever he can. It's one of the reasons he's still ahead of Phoenix pretty significantly in CS. But nice move by him to not get overly aggressive. But I do really like the attempt for Dig, trying to punish Deathly's tendencies there.
Yeah, it's what they have to look for now that he has no flash. So they can actually try to pick on him again, just make sure that the rest of the team isn't quite as close to collapse. There is a stopwatch on him now, so he's making it a lot harder for Yasuo to engage onto him. That's going to be building up into that Guardian Angel next, which is a really smart itemization. Here we go.
And with the dunk, here's the Ornn wraparound, and that ram is good. The bullet time over the top, and that's Phoenix absolutely dead through that combo as Giyu extends that bubble into Grig, and EG are just going to siege here. Don't need Baron right now. This is an easy tower to take. And we'll see if they fall off to the objective or if they just keep plowing through mid.
It's surprising that that was Phoenix's second death, because it feels like EG have just been hammering the bottom lane for everything that they're worth, and Deathly's score really is just not even close to that. They've been able to outmaneuver Phoenix and Olay ever since they were put on the back foot from that first gank attempt, and it's kind of impressive to see that it only took one gank for Deathly and Matt to run away with this game.
And now you can see Dig, like, we don't have any vision. They do intelligently ward around. EG, were trying to get more picks. And with the death timers finishing, it doesn't seem like they can rush towards Baron right away. So they will go back and just kind of tend to their side lanes. As you see, Brandini is moving down towards the bottom half of the map. So Dig respecting the fog of war there. But given how much control Digga kind of forced to let EG have, between either this first Baron or this first Elder in 240, just really tough for Dig without a pick to walk into these areas. And they're either going to hit Zoe bubbles or lose the objective or both. So Dignitas have to navigate very carefully. It's just, without someone making a mistake from EG, I'm trying to think of what avenues they have. Apart from what, I guess, using the Gragas Yasuo. Like
they're slim because EG now knows, just group. You don't actually need to even separate to give the window for Yasuo Gragas to combo on you. So Zoe, she could just push this wave, but she has no need to go beyond the tier 2. Right? She can just run through her own red jungle and go for a group into the mid lane as she does. So minimizing risk is all about EG's game plan now, and that makes it so much harder for Dig to find that avenue. Maybe baiting out Phoenix like they are now, dangling him in front of the Jarvan. Maybe this is their strategy.
That might be a little too bold, though. Phoenix has got no flash, and he's dead. Is definitely now unstoppable will take another kill. And EG, they're straight through mid at this point. They are not mucking around, Crum.
They didn't care. They're going to go for the end if they can here because they still don't know where Yasuo and Gragas are. They haven't seen anybody else on the map. They're just like, why was Phoenix there? Everybody else is Mia. Now an easy fallback into the Baron. This could turn into a bait as well or simply a clear as Elder is going to come up after they're done sweeping.
Yeah, I'm going to clear out all this vision. Have plenty of damage. Definitely actually went for a Bloodthirster as that third item probably has the GA coming up after that. But no need to rush things. There's definitely has plenty of money to spend. He's also got the upgraded Molten Edge now finished as well.
The difference between ADs is so large right now. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
even
unreal.
funny.
All right, well, it looks like EG again just going to go back and play sensibly, not overextend. We also have a Death Cap finish for Giyu, because he's kind of second big item finished here and will be upgraded by Ornn as soon as Brandini gets another level into him. But just DIGA just falling further and further behind. And to EG's credit, you know, I said about 10 minutes ago, you know, well, how does the game look for EG at this point? Have they been able to cleanly control the map and take the objectives? And I'm happy to report, Crumbs, the answer is a resounding yes in this game.
Absolutely. The report card is a proud one. It's one you'd show. You don't need to start.
I'd stick it on the fridge, Crumbs.
Yes, it's a fridge report card. It's one that maybe your mother would even frame at one point if you can luck down
Ooh,
the Baron.
it's pretty good. Yeah, I agree. If you get the Baron, I think that one's getting framed for sure, and everyone's going for ice cream. Giyu and Brandini trying to keep Greg out of there. Oh, they're going to block, but again, EG is trying to finish the Baron with a 3-stack. And that is going to go down. Dig just can't get in the area. Giyu's too powerful. Brandini's too tanky. And the Baron goes to EG's way. The report card's getting straight into that frame, Crumb.
It is, because now Greg doesn't have his ultimate to even contest this Elder in a proper way. EG can march straight into the Elder and get that objective too.
Yeah, and Giyu again, not even overextending. Not fishing for bubbles too far over the wall. EG just going to walk slowly towards the Elder Dragon and force Dignitas to fight them. And really in a fight that they cannot afford to play at all. And oh my goodness, Giyu with these little patches of cloud on the ground is zipping through the enemy jungle. And Greg is trying to wrap around to maybe find a steal here, but the vision is decent for EG and is even going to clear out this pink ward just to make sure. And now Dig have a real tough ask on their hands here. Is Giyu also with an extra smite? I don't think it's possible for Greg to steal.
Yes. Oh, he didn't even try. Well, there's no point in fighting here. They're going to all die.
Oh, what a dunk. Phoenix again with the bullet time, and Ole's going to barely get out of there alive. But Giyu's going to make sure that one at least falls. Ander still chasing in a proc Conqueror. And Giyu's just full speed ahead. He's got no mana, but he's got no cares in the world. The Elder Dragon pop is there as Ole falls down to Ander. And EG, they're 10,000 gold ahead. They are just rampaging into Dignitas' base.
They don't care. They want to mark this game one as an all EG. Their map, everything belongs to them. One final push, but it's not going to be a Dig win. Wait a minute.
Ooh, juicy last breath there with a 4-man knock by Gragas. But I don't think it's enough. It's cool at the end, but definitely is just out for blood. 700 bonus gold, 6-0 and 3. And looks to be straight A pluses on the report card today, Crumbs. EG have shown up to play here in game one as Demonte. He'll get shot down and killed. Greg's going to meet the same fate. Ooh, we actually blocked the Elder Dragon proc. That was pretty cool. See you later, though. Brandini at the end of it's able to grab it. And the Nexus now open. That will be the first game as EG say 1 for the first tier. What a way to start their playoff series.
Wow,
Crumbs.
they must feel so good. They cleaned up the mistakes from last week and just mopped the floor with Dignitas. It wasn't close. It was methodical from start to finish. Get the lead bottom, start rotating around the map with the bottom lane, play to our ultimate, make sure mid lane doesn't die. You won.
Honestly, that looked eerily similar to week 1 Dignitas, when they were just destroying everybody in the league and it wasn't close. So EG have come a long way, and that's a resounding game 1 win versus Dig. We're going to step away there, but on the other side, we'll have game 2 of Evil Geniuses Academy versus Dignitas Academy. Don't go too far.
Houston? The brightness is increasing. There it is. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Cars like this don't come around often. The redesigned Type R, the most powerful Civic ever, from Honda.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis?
Hey,
Do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back for Game 2 of Evil Geniuses Academy versus Dignitas Academy, where Dignitas has chosen blue side for the second game. Crumbs, one of the cool changes that's been made in playoffs is now the losing side gets to choose which side they want after each game, but of course the highest seed picks their side for Game 1, which is pretty sweet. We saw it in the LCS, we'll see it here as well in Academy. That is the same side, Crumbs. I just don't know if much is going to change, because I don't think the draft was the issue there for Dignitas. I actually really liked their draft. EG just outplayed them across the
Are you suggesting that this could be a salty run back?
Ooh, maybe. We did get some deja vu drafting yesterday in the LCS, so it's certainly a possibility.
I think they would be flawed to go with a salty run back. I did not like the execution of the Gragas Yasuo. No, maybe you could go ahead and take away the set, but you know now how EG is going to play the game, so maybe they're like, oh, well, we should have a priority on something like Ornn ourselves, so now we don't have to worry about the scaling element. We'll have that on our side. So I think when the games continue to go late, or when teams perceive that scaling is the way to go, champion like Ornn rises in priority.
Yeah, I think Ornn, certainly one of the things we can identify there. I think also just don't sacrifice Grig's pick in the draft potentially, because he just got bullied in Champ Select. Honestly, get eating bans in phase 2, and then, I mean, Gragas is a perfectly fine jungler, but it's not something like his Elise, which he's maybe more known for. And whatever happened in the early game for jungling, and it was just completely all over that map. So it's tough to pinpoint exactly where changes should be made, and of course we'll leave that up to the Dignitas infrastructure and coaching staff, but clearly some adjustments need to be made. I think most importantly, Dignitas strike me as a team that has very talented players and potentially some bruised egos, so just calm things down, keep the mental strong, Crumbs, because no matter what, this series is going to be long for you at this point.
I mean, so much of the game really is about the ego. It's about making sure that you stay focused, that you're not tilting, that you're not acting on your own feelings versus what is actually the correct play inside the game. And so just staying level-headed. You know, some of these teams have psychologists, performance coaches, Navy SEALs, whoever can help the team focus and not tilt is always going to be a very valuable asset. And opening up with such a revealing composition of Gragas Yasuo, if they can bounce back from this, it'll speak to a very strong composure out of the Dignitas lineup, because not everybody can get rocked so hard in one game and go into the next one just as confident, if not more.
Yeah, we'll certainly see how it shakes out, but so far, we're either getting tricked or they're picking the same champions, Crumbs. It's the same 3 bands so far. Yumi, Kalista, Tahm Kench, and Senna actually going to complete the duplication. I'm curious to see how threatening they think Deathly Zephelios is. Maybe they want to pick it here if they believe the champion is that good. But 15 seconds, it will be the Jarvan band away. So I can't confirm, Crumbs, we are not in a simulation. Yeah. This draft is different.
Okay, so far we've got at least no Anda, no Jarvan for Anda. So the first pick will probably be very different here. I can't imagine going with the set again. Maybe Olaf. That was taken early, that was been in the second rotation. No, I guess they like this. We just never got to see anything from Dig, so we don't even know what they wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, set perfectly good champion. I think giving away Ornn feels a little suspect, because I think Ornn just not is only just a good champion, but I think plays to the strength of EG so well. Again, they're very team oriented. They love playing together. They have a very solid carry player, and definitely who seems to get all the resources. So I'm not surprised at all that EG are going to run back these first 2 picks. I mean, apart from the Jarvan ban, this is the exact same draft we saw last game. Syndra's now open. Trundle, if they want to pick it earlier for Grig, is available, and I can't have Jarvan, but EG don't have to change very much as far as their draft goes, so I do like taking these 2 champions again.
Yeah, I think Braum still makes a lot of sense here for Dignitas. Sure. The Trundle I like. It's an adaptation that will allow them to deal with the front line that was such a problem in that last game, but they're not going to go for that. Okay, well, that speaks to a different bottom lane. Maybe they didn't like the 2v2 matchup that they got there and would like to try something else. I'm just going to let Demonte do his hovering, and then we'll decide what they're going to go for.
So if they do pick Varus here, which they will do, I think this kind of tells me that with all the bottom lane attention that's happening, that's very sneaky, Kiyu. With all the bottom, that's really sneaky.
Yes. Give him the
but with all, I love that. With all the attention, though, that bottom lane is getting in the draft, I feel like this tells me that Phoenix does not feel comfortable against Miss Fortune. Because they're like Braum feels like so much of a better pick there, but you have to give up so many picks potentially away as far as ADs go that I feel like they just want Phoenix to feel comfortable, because even in the 2v2, again, without people down there, it felt like Deftly and Matt just felt so confident in that lane. So I'm wondering if there's something there or not, but regardless, that is going to be the pick. And Giyu is going to pick Aurelia nice and early here. So again, had the option for the Zoe, will actually ban it away now, so clearly understanding the power of the champion. There is also Syndra still up, which we have seen sometimes into the Aurelia, and was also banned in Phase 1 by EG last game, but Giyu clearly feeling like Aurelia is the champion that he just wants to be on in basically any situation.
It gives him so much playmaking ability to be able to 1v1 somebody, to side lane, to dive, and he's really good at it, and flanking as well. So this is actually a really interesting position for Dignitas to be in, because you have the Trundle, and so you know you're going to have a good ultimate against Ornn and potentially even a Sejuani, but would Evil Geniuses lock in a Sejuani for the Aurelia power and just deal with Trundle being able to sap the ultimate tankiness from Sejuani herself? I think it's a questionable option for EG just because of how good Giyu is in that champion. And yeah, they banned it. They don't want to give it away.
Ban, though. Yeah, they'll ban the Sedge again. Like you said, pairing with the Aurelia is a little too powerful. Also, Syndra will be banned away, so Damonte will be knocked off a few of the more common options in mid lane. But certainly plenty of other champions he can take. We've seen Silas sometimes as a counterpick to Aurelia. But I think, again, Giyu's strength more comes from how consistent he is in lane and how good he is at roaming. And his Aurelia is also very good at roaming. So 1v1, I feel like Damonte doesn't need to worry too much about what's happening. It's the rest of the team keeping track of the jungler and the mid laner to make sure that they're all, trying to counterplay EG's team players. Nautilus is going to be the pick again here for Matt to join the MF, which we saw used to great effect last time.
Damonte's not concerned, but Grigg should be, because they are giving Anda the counter pick. Instead of giving him the early Jarvan, he now has last rotation, and a champion like Olaf is available. He does have that Trundle to go for, but there is a lot of champions that can mess with Trundle in the early stages of the game. We'll see how creative Anda can get. I'm looking at picks like even things like a Kindred that could be really powerful here. I mean, if he goes with a Nidalee, he can just run circles all over this Trundle. It'd be a risky pick, but you have enough CC to set it up. Will he lock it in? Yes!
Ooh!
Nice!
Alright, we don't see Nidalee too often, but like you said, a very stylish jungle pick. Nidalee is absolutely a champion that you have to have mastered in order to use her effectively. But if you're trying to send a message to the enemy jungler, Crumbs, this is the kind of matchup you give Anda.
Oh, you absolutely are sending a message. So if I remember correctly, Anda started his pro, I guess, somewhat debut with Immortals as a sub, where he was like a Nidalee one-trick, just climbing constantly. I think he went to Korea to boot camp and got, obviously the highest ranks you could achieve in like a week or two just playing Nidalee. He is set up to succeed when you have so much instant crowd control from Aurelia, Nautilus, even the Ornn. Landing those spears is a walk in the park.
It's funny because I feel like you described the story of so many different like up and coming NA junglers, because I'm pretty sure that's like also Blabber's story was that he was an Italy.
Yeah.
But regardless, this is a champion that a lot of these newer generation NA junglers have played. They flex it out every now and then. It's rarely seen in competitive because of the difficulty in executing it. But again, if EG are trying to get aggressive and snowball the game, this is the kind of thing they can do. And I love that they counterpick the jungle here to try and pick on Grigg. So we'll see how it works out. We are going to go to a quick commercial break to make sure we add competitive integrity. As a reminder, we do need to build up 5 minutes of delay due to the online nature of the broadcast. So grab a drink, maybe grab some popcorn, and we'll see you here in a few more minutes for Game 2. Hello and welcome back for Evil Geniuses Academy versus Dignitas Academy, round number 2, Crumbs, where we're going to see if Dignitas can right the ship and give us a series. Because after game 1, I would not fault people for assuming that EGA are going to sweep this series. They played so unbelievably well in game 1.
They really did. And interestingly enough, this game 2 has 6 out of the 10 picks that we saw in the first game. So it felt like Dignitas just wanted to change up the mid 2v2, and EG responds in kind, going with the Aurelia, which is Giyu's. I think at this point we have to name it the signature pick. Everyone keeps banning it, and he keeps wanting to pick it all the time.
Yeah, I agree. I think from what we've seen, this is certainly Giyu's signature champion. But Andrew has, was given the counter pick in this draft and has gone for Nidalee, which is just not a pick we see very often in competitive. In solo queue, it's a jungler's favorite champion because they just get to do whatever they want and be a carry, right? But with the Conqueror here for Andrew, we'll see if he can be as effective as he has been in so many games. But, often on, ganking junglers, often with smart pathing, with good teamwork. Nidalee is a much more selfish champion as a jungler. So curious to see if this changes EG's dynamic at all. And if this is something they can pull off, this is a huge threat that you can now present to teams, saying that you always must think, will we play Nidalee this time if Ander can show that he is proficient on the team?
It really is a huge threat because when you think about the CC that is provided for Nidalee... Oh, wait a minute. Before that happens... Okay, he's fine.
Some slaps happening. Blast code? No, not needed. Auto's going to be a little late here. It is a late invade, though, for Dig. So Ander is going to go ahead and start on the red buff, but with a bit of help there from the top side as Brandini will help out. Ander should be able to pretty quickly fly through this jungle as Nidalee, and I don't think this will do anything other than split the map in half, as we will likely be jungling vertically, as Giyu is already off to the races in mid lane. It's Conqueror v Conqueror, and Giyu handily wins that auto attack battle.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to be in lane against Aurelia when your creeps die and you're like, well, now she's just really strong. I have to back off. She keeps getting the Blade Surge passive going on. I wanted to commend Dignitas on the invade and splitting the map. It's actually a really smart move when you're having these matchups of Nidalee versus Trundle, because yeah, the CC for Nidalee is going to help her out a ton, but I think she picked it, or Anna picked it because of the matchup against Trundle. Trundle can't do anything to this Nidalee. Pillar, she can just get over, the movement speed is easy, hopping over walls, so I think he's very confident in trying to 1v1 Grig, which is why splitting the map should hopefully separate the junglers from each other and lead us to situations like this.
Yeah, smart from Giyu. He knew he had to flash there. Really good timing from Grig, honestly. And I think Giyu placing a standard ward and maybe not thinking through the wait. He's probably on my side of the map part of the equation, but still a really good response. But a nice bit of pressure from Grig to get a very early flash.
Exactly. Knowing that his jungler was on the other side after a map split, he should have been able to say, I don't even need a ward here. I know that he is here because my jungler has taken the complete opposite quadrant. So the mirror jungling is still going to carry out in this game, but maybe Demonte and Grig can find an avenue against Giyu now that he doesn't have flash. And melee v melee with so much CC, I'm inclined to want to go to this lane if I'm Grig, because I know how powerful Giyu can get, and if I can just get Demonte a little bit ahead, he can be the window into this game. A Sylas that is ahead when you have this wealth of ultimates to take can be exactly what you need to give you the confidence for a game 2 win.
Yeah, with a lot of AP, like a stolen Aurelia ulti turns into like an absolute nuke. It's pretty unreal as far as AoE goes, because you can't even get Q resets like Aurelia could.
The Nautilus ultimate too, the Ornn, there's it.
Yep, Ornn, always popular. Yeah, certainly a lot to go for here. So I do like the pick here from Demonte. We'll see how the matchup goes 1v1. So far so good. Giyu with a small lead, but not really anything to be concerned about at this point. Definitely, and Matt also in a much worse spot than they were in the last game. Currently down a little bit in the 2v2 battle wave, with Phoenix and Ollie sticking around, and Trundle showing some presence here to the bottom lane. Not going to be nearly as easygoing as it was last game, but definitely.
Yeah, it helped them a lot that they had that level 3 gank that got both the summoners of the 2v2, and inversely, they were hurt by the fact that Dignitas invades the blue side and has their jungler in the complete opposite side. So definitely and Matt have to concede most of the trades that they would have liked to otherwise have gone their way, and because of that they're pushed all the way back, and now Phoenix's laning phase looks like a thing of the past. No longer is there a very sad Varus. He's actually doing just fine now, keeping onto those summoners, and if he can hit that level 6 quickly, there's always a way to go into the bottom lane and find a good kill.
I'm really impressed with how aggressive Gyu is willing to be. Like, he just initiated onto Damonte using his Q without getting a reset, being down a level. So clearly knows the limits of the 1v1 matchup and is willing to fight and get scrappy. Bottom lane though, looks like the pressure is going to continue as Grig will make his way down here, but and has spotted him this time. And as you would probably expect, Nidalee is up a level right now on the Trundle.
Yeah, she has a mid prio now as well, so Irelia can collapse, which means Trundle is in a really tough spot here. Control ward already laid down into the Raptor camp. Let's see how Dig responds to this. Trundle is now at least on the same level as Anda, so he should feel more confident taking that 1v1.
Yeah, Grig got a pretty critical smite onto that big Raptor actually, making sure that he went ahead and got the objective. Damonte also now level 6, but Gyu still just attacking him relentlessly.
He really attacks me.
Ward down as well. Ooh, almost.
Is such a powerful tool for just scaring your opponent, because you know you're just going to be able to hit more of your Conqueror than Damonte, so you know he's going to have more healing than you, and it's always scary when Silas's one healing spell gets procced and then suddenly Irelia can continue to just basically lifesteal away against you. Here's the
oh, he's diving. Going straight for the Vanguard's Edge. Right out of mana though, so Gyu has to be a bit more careful, but will get the flash. And didn't have it after the early pressure, so a risky potential dive there for Gyu, but makes the 1v1 work very nicely.
That flash that Grig burned earlier saved Damonte's life, so he's got to be thankful for his jungler there. They do lose that first Drake, and now he's starting to have a preview of Gyu versus Damonte in this Sylas versus Irelia matchup. So if EG can continue to have this pressure into mid, it should bleed out into Anda, and we'll see the Nidalee invade even more.
Yeah, also really curious to see what Gyu does here with early items. I did expect the Bilgewater, which he has now finished, but I'm wondering how quickly he's willing to get an Executioner's Calling in this matchup to try and cut down on some of the Silas's W strength. But of course, one of the reasons Irelia is even getting played right now is that the Blade of the Ruin King buff for melee champions just made a lot of those kind of champions appealing. We even saw Damonte's Yasuo go for Blade of the Ruin King first, which would tell you something about how good the item is right now. But Irelia is the champion that went from like no one's playing her to everyone wants to play her again, especially Gyu here.
She's cool. I think that's what it is. She's actually an exciting pick.
Oh, another Vanguard's Edge. Gyu gonna get low, but he's not dead yet. First blood though over to Damonte, but he will fall in return. Brandini here again with the TP in, but this time there's no on ulti for a second kill. So nice of EG to trade, but Damonte does get first blood there.
It's a good trade for Dignitas. Getting that kill means that you also have the... Wait, let's first take a look at the replay of how it all played out, because we have both bottom laners, the supports trying to be there, and Misfortune makes it before Braum, which doesn't actually make that big of a difference, because the Braum shield is what just stops most of the damage from the Misfortune. Had she been able to connect, Irelia would have lived.
Yeah, Gyu also, I think, didn't get a Q reset on a minion. He had Damonte marked, so I think he clicked him first, but then he clicked a minion to try and dodge the ulti, and I assume whatever minion he clicked on was not low enough to get killed. So if Gyu had been able to Q again, he might have lived from the Q heal. It would have been close. But regardless, really nicely played from Damonte to land that stun, follow in with the stolen ultimate, and make sure to at least get a positive trade for himself. So a much different start to this mid-jungle here for Dignitas. Certainly much better as Damonte is starting to feel like the pressure that he can build in this lane is mounting up.
And now Gyu has flash, so maybe he feels like he can do a lot more with that than he was doing earlier. He's got this little slow from the Bilgewater as well, so mid continues to be a strong point of action. I wanted to track Nidalee more than anything else here, because she's 30 CS up on the Trundle while Trundle continues to focus on these objectives, and it's a tough spot for Trundle to be in because you're never going to outfarm the Nidalee. All you can do is hope to catch these objectives and maybe gank out Brandini. With ultimate, Brandini is very squishy.
Good flash, good charge away as well, so Brandini does well to escape what otherwise would have been a kill. But now no flash wins at Brandini's going to have to be even more careful in the 1v1. But all this pressure is meaning that EG finds himself in the bottom lane. Good spear there for Ander onto Phoenix. But again, this is a very different champion than the Jarvan. And Ander really is just here being selfish, getting extra farm, taking the Krugs away, and applying some pressure. So definitely Matt, who actually have now gotten a CS lead in the lane, can pressure for a couple of these plates. But don't be fooled. Ander is mostly here in the bottom lane for his own personal benefit.
And look at how deftly and Matt had to, Phoenix and Ole had to back off. Sorry, there is nobody there. There was nobody threatening to actually dive them. But if you looked at the fog of war, Giyu pretended to path to the bottom lane and base, and Nidalee just chucked out some spears, cleared out some camps, warded that side and based as well. And Grig actually popped a Scryer's Bloom in the top side. So they immediately gave up that there has been no reinforcement sent to the bottom lane, and that the Giyu and Nidalee could potentially be there. So they back off, and it's a really smart move of Fog of War from EG to go for that. And the flip side would have been that EG can just call their bluff and say, you're not actually ganking, and they stay. But those are the kinds of high-risk, low-reward plays that can cost you so much.
Yep, and I think after the last game, I'm not surprised Dig might be wanting to play things a little bit slower this time around. They are behind in this game, but it's not nearly the deficit they found themselves in last game at 11 minutes in. In fact, they're still finding ways to pressure as Giyu and Demonte going at it again. Demonte ready with the proto belt, pops it there, misses the stun though, so Anders down here to try and answer Grig. And as a reminder, despite things going well in mid here and decently in the other places for Dig, Anders 2 levels ahead of Grig on this Nidalee, so doing exactly what Nidalee wants to do in this matchup. Get ahead and just punish the enemy jungler. But Grig did get the Rift Herald, so it is going to be a look at this bottom outer tower now for Dignitas.
It looks like a collapse is coming out as well. Sylas is not here yet, so EG would have numbers advantage.
Yeah, Brangini took over the mid lane as well. Ulti out of Matt, already hit onto Ole, who's the target they're looking for. Giyu with the flash, Vanguard's dead, only tags one, gets another one on the back with a starter. Ole is low, but he's not dead. Somehow he lived. And now Lawless here gets a slam onto Matt. And Grig is going to try and chase that down. A good hook onto the walls. Ander tries to answer back, but he's going to be forced to flash away. And Ornolt's everywhere as Demonte gets the knock up onto Brandini. Brandini now caught out of position. No flash from the earlier pressure, so Dig are going to get yet another kill here, probably. Unless definitely can save somebody's life. I think Brandini's left out to dry, and indeed he is, as Ole is able to pick that up.
What a overcommitment from EG. They're flashing in, and it looked really cool. Giyu got that double stun onto Phoenix and Ole, but Ole lives, and the TP was immediate. Lorlo was in there the second that the flashes came through, and the fact that Sylas was able to also make it into the fight did not bode well for EG. Watch, right, the TP instant, great double stun, the bullet time is there, but they flash out just at the right edge, and even if Ole were to have died, it was Lorlo's quick TP that would have salvaged the play regardless.
Yep, and then again the stolen on ultimates kind of cross paths here. Demonte decides to redirect towards Brandini just so they can chase down another kill, and Def is already out of there. So Brandini with no flash from earlier is left out to die.
That's a fun interaction there, getting the Ornn ult before the Ornn's like, I use mine better than you.
And Drake, of course, as well, as Dignitas do get their first Drake of the series. In fact, they'll pick up the Cloud Drake for themselves there, as we will have an Infernal Soul for this particular game. And a much different start here. Dignitas not only in the lead, although the gold is very even, but starting to contest and look better in the early team play, which was basically the entire reason EG looked so good in Game 1.
That is part of it. I also felt like we got to see a little bit of what Dignitas was struggling, or EG was struggling with last week, where they were really overcommitting for some plays that were just not necessary. If you think back to that, the beginning of that fight, Rift Herald had already been popped, Dragon was up, and they had full control of River. They could have actually just had Nidalee take down the Dragon and not even look for any kind of team fight, because the Herald had already been cracked at the turret. So their bloodthirstiness cost them an objective.
Nice Vanguard's edge there. Giyu, no flash. I think he's just dead here. He's going to hop away. Thunder ulti's there, but again, Giyu going to have to keep resetting, and he's got no teammates to run to. So Demonte setting him up there, getting the kill at the end of the day as well, as 3 other members of Dignitas get an assist there.
picking on the mid lane is a good place to go. Melee versus melee. You know the second Sylas is in range of you, you can lock you down, especially if he can just take your ultimate from you. So it's a good move there out of Dig, starting to recognize that there are places they can go to get these leads. And a mid-tier 1 right now is a huge deal. What a swing compared to game 1.
Yeah, really nice job taking the tower. Definitely, to his credit, did take the first tower of the game, so he'll again have a lot of early gold given over to himself. He actually has the Essence Reaver done already. But mid-outer, easily the most important outer tower in the game, and Dignitas just smash it down without even needing to use a Herald, as EG aren't able to mount enough people back for the defense. So nice play for Dig again. Much more proactive than the last game around. I feel like they must kind of just let EG dictate the pace of the game last time, but this time it's Dignitas certainly doing the same in this early game. The lead they built not nearly as big, but a very different look for Dig, which is kind of all we really wanted to see here in the early game, given how one-sided the first one.
What are the odds the first game was just the first game of the day jitters, right? First game jitters,
Maybe.
Get it out of the way. You know, whether it actually was the first game of the day or not, you sometimes just are not used to playing as a team. You're like, oh, I forgot I needed to be on top of my sums, on top of calling for these ganks and all of these things. So game 1s can be very confusing if the teams use it differently, whether as a way to test out these picks or just as a little warm-up. And they're definitely warmed up now, but they need to close this one out, because this is a fine start, but the split pushing of Irelia has yet to begin. And Blade of the Ruined King against Sylas will probably see the Irelia win that.
I think the other thing is, how effective can Anda really be in this game? So much of Nidalee is, getting an early lead, which is done, and just kind of snowballing the game from there. With this Chalice build, actually, there might be a little bit more Anda can actually add to team fights, especially if, again, if either Deathly or Giyu are going to be the central carries of the fights, which they are. Nidalee certainly empowering something like an Irelia is also quite nice, but not what we really associate Nidalee with as a jungler. She's very much a snowbally champion, particularly in solo queue, which is where we often see her. So curious to see if they can translate this to a team environment, because EG are certainly a very well-built team. We've seen a lot of good coordination from them, so I'm curious to see if they can make this Nidalee pick.
This is the build that Nidalees go for, where it's a self-aware build that says, I know my champion doesn't actually do that much, so I'll build this item to help the team out.
Kind of curious if we'll see maybe an Ardent as well.
Oh, I think that's too far. Maybe something like a Frozen Fist, just getting really tanky beyond that, because the resistances from the Grail really add up, and it's going to pop that Herald to see if Dig can draw their attention to the left-hand side, and if Herald distracts well enough, they can push out this mid and collapse into the Dragon, potentially rush it, as Giyu's already there.
Did get the charge as well, so he got the minimum damage, which is quite high. Here's the ulti, though, out of Sylas. Getting 2 knockups there, but the bullet time is out. Ole going to block the ram on the other side, as EG a little bit low here. Going to have to navigate carefully as they're splitting up. Forced back towards this Drake. Dig sticking together here. Have to avoid the poke incoming from the Nidalee. But Giyu also ready with the ultimate. That's the only one apart from Anders, which isn't really an ultimate that they have left to use. So a tough fight to pick if they want to go for it here. Anda going to be forced to flash by Damonte. Vanguard's edge in again. Exhaust is down, and Giyu just can't get a kill here. Phoenix is low, but not low enough. Damonte, though, will fall down on the other side. Sorry, Set will die as Lolo falls. So now 4v4 around this Drake, but EG kind of losing their big carry, but the Drake is dealing so much damage on the other side. And Damonte getting chased down here. He's just going to get flashed out of the pit, as Anda also has to be careful navigating around the back of the Drake. And EG do want to finish it here, and it looks like they'll get it done. A very scrappy mess around the Drake pit. Crumbs, but Drake is successful for EG.
What a curious fight, because both Giyu and Lurlo 1v4 the enemy, instantly die, but by enough time that it feels like Dignitas can stay in there. And oh, wait a minute, definitely, you're in some trouble.
Good cleanse. Damonte still chasing yet. No other CC. Can't steal an ulti he can really use. Just bullet time. So definitely does get out of there.
Both Irelia and Lurlo die, but the remnants of the fight have Dignitas taking the objective, and it's the double up from Deftly that actually secures them the ability to stay in there. The fact that Phoenix lived with maybe under 10 health was enough of a sign to Dignitas that they needed to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, if Gia was tracking someone as a little more closely, he may have reconsidered the play, because Ole's exhaust was on point to prevent Gyu from straight up 1v4 assassinating their AD. So a good attempt, but does look silly when you don't even get the trade at the end of it all. But EG, I guess, will be happy with the consolation prize of that Infernal Drake, which I think is mostly what they were trying to contest for here. Still, game is very close. I mean, Dig's still up, but only by 1,000 gold. The Drakes are starting to get traded. It looks like we'll have Baron up in 10 seconds, but don't think that one's going to be on the table instantly. And instead, it will be this 2-item Silas. That's kind of the big talking point for Dignitas right now. Damonte having almost completely different impact in this game than his Yasuo game, which wasn't bad by any stretch, but it just felt like he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, there was...
Now he's much more impactful on this.
Not a lot of impact, but the Varus ultimate is here, and Rundle ults Matt.
There's so much CC. Damonte gonna kill that Nautilus. That's 4 kills now.
Oh, they got the teleport out of Giyu as well, so that's another big one. The split pushing power might be weakened out of that.
And I do like this Trundle, especially from Dig, just able to easily kill any target that he can ulti if they have enough CC, and they have so much CC in this comp. In fact, everyone has some form of snare or stun, with the exception of Grig, who just has the pillar and his ultimate, plus the slows from his bite.
Seeing Trundle it has been such an interesting thing, because he started off just as a pure Sejuani counter. Nobody was picking him because of that. Received a few buffs, and then Nautilus and Ornn become so popular that he's everywhere. And now without ultimate, he's also in the graveyard. So technically, he is everywhere.
Gia gonna shut that one down. Nice little tandem effort there with the Vanguard's Edge out of Aurelia by Gyu and Ander, and that is gonna make them move forward.
Whoa.
I thought they were going for the outer tower, but they are rushing this Baron.
TP
as well.
Bold.
All right, this is very bold. I think that's one word for it. 5v4 in the pit, but it kind of feels like a 5v5. EG gonna force Dig to fight them. Dig will say sure.
That Monster should take a bullet time here and then just ult them all.
EG maybe reconsidering. Matt gonna get the grab in the front side. There's Damonte getting the Ornn ultimate, but the Haymaker's big! And it takes out Lolo, but what's gonna happen on the other side of it? Oh, the lock up there from EG is nice! And Ole is gonna fall. Damonte's gonna die as well. And kill on the back end is nice for the Silas, but Phoenix is the only one left alive as EG find the fight around that Baron.
That was such a good call out of them, knowing that it was about the fight and not the Baron. So many times we see teams try to make that play, the 20-minute Baron call, and they have no idea what they're actually doing, whether they're fighting or collapsing. Dig immediately wants to fight, and EG respond in kind. I think the best thing about that fight for EG was how long Deftly waited on his ultimate, sitting really far back until Dig really committed when they went in, and then they had to deal with the wrath of a Misfortune, who is nowhere near as strong as she was in that first game, but bullet time is still level 2, so you've got to respect it.
Shout out to the caster creeps taking out the top outer tower at the end of it all.
Oh hey, it's Ardent Sensor on the Nidalee. You were
oh, it is.
What? This is such a support.
All right, let's just verify first, Crumbs.
Good double stun, right? It's all good here. They're spreading out from the Tendrils of Corruption, and I like that Damonte goes for the ultimate here from the Ornn. I feel like the value that you get from threatening death when you're a man down is higher than when you're just threatening CC and you don't have enough people to back you up with the DPS.
Yeah, also a world of difference between Ole having Unbreakable up and not when Ornn is being used on the EG side. Brandini finally able to actually connect with one there, as they are still contesting for this next Drake. I think Brandini just dashed himself in place thereabouts.
Yep.
So EG gonna have to wrap around here and wait for Gyu to come up the flank.
He's got flash, so he could go for that same flash 1v4 play. And he's honestly the only player that I've seen that continues to flash 1v4, and I'm not mad. I'm like, oh, I could see it. It was close.
Yep, no exhaust for Ole either, so maybe a little bit more of a possibility. But we'll have to see. It's looking risky no matter what happens here. Dignitas, though, under this Drake, they want to make sure they keep contesting for this objective.
They know where Giyu is, and he has Blast Gun if he wants to use it.
Oh, he's feeling it for sure. They're going to try and steal it as well, and is in the pit. Does not get it. Bullet time over the top, though, is nice. And now Giyu's in the back lines, diving in onto Grig, but he's going to have to get out. No, it's Dig that flash out of there. Definitely trying to chase them down. Giyu's going to flash out of the pit finally as the front line is dying as well. There's the set pulling. Good Zonya's there for Brandini. They need to get a kill here, though, as Phoenix is still firing away happily. And definitely can't find it. Brandini will sacrifice himself as Dignitas get the Drake and the team fight win.
Oh, Dignitas got a really big fight there. They got a lot of summoners too, and it was the split engage from EG that made them really question what they wanted to do there. It looked like it was a half steal attempt into a fight at the front of the pit with Giyu maybe going for a flank, but the second he met Trundle and got ulted, he was like, I can't stay in these fights. So another Infernal Dragon goes to blue side, and this is a Dignitas team that they have slight wins in these team fights, yet the gold is basically dead on.
Yeah, I mean, DIGA are fighting more here, but EG still showing their coordination here in this game. I think also showing some of their weaknesses that we did see in the last week, in the first week of playoffs, showing that things can get a little messy as the game drags on. But certainly a game that is not out of reach for either team. And with the Drakes continuing to be split here, we're going to have a much longer affair on our hands, I have to imagine, as no one's going to get the soul for 2 Drakes here, potentially even more if they can go 3 for 3 on that objective as well. There's also Baron that we have to keep worrying about now. We did like the play from EG, going for it pretty quickly. Either team potentially could, force something around the objective. In fact, it's Dignitas right now that are sweeping out that area, taking that speed train for themselves.
Lurlo has TP coming up in about 15 seconds, so setting up control here could allow them to go for a set flank and go into a pick. Kind of tricky against the Nidalee, who can be so slippery and threaten a steal, as we just saw in the Dragon fight. Whether she got it or not, she still poses a risk that Dignitas has to assess. And now EG is closer with 5 people, will not need a teleport from Ornn as Set is so far away, but they are really struggling to find a foothold of pressure here. I think it's telling in that when Giyu is not able to set something up for this team, they are just waiting for him to get to that stage, because anybody else is just not the right target. They don't have enough damage, and definitely it's too easy to get collapsed on from this current Dig lineup.
Yeah, seen some really nice blocks as well from Ole on the Ornn initiation, which is kind of the single best way EG can start something here. But we'll see how Giyu continues to work the map here. Damonte, his counterpart in this game, is rapidly approaching death cap status, which is horrifying if you're an Evil Geniuses fan. Silas just gets so much value out of the raw AP with the ultimates he's able to steal. I would also expect him to start stealing damaging ultimates instead of on ultimate. But we'll see what he wants to do depending on the situation, as Giyu is just zip-lining around.
He's so fast with
wave.
that Q. I think the first one that we saw in this little footage was, I think he hit 3 so fast that it looked like it was just one quick motion. And this is not land, so this is really impressive.
Certainly is. Also, we have Brandini to kind of look out for as far as item upgrades go. I imagine the Molten Edge will be online for Deathly in just a moment, as he does appear to be going for the same build. You also kind of mentioned the Ardent Sensor, or questioned it, I suppose. I think in this game, I get why he's doing it. Whether or not it's standard on Italy, I'm not sure about. But I do get what he's trying to do here, because again, you need to find a way to get Nidalee's gold to convert into something better in the mid to late game, and being kind of a support is I think one of the better things you can do, given that you are limited in this kind of 5v5 team play as Nidalee. And again, uncensoring up an Aurelia, who's already an absolute menace when she gets into the backline, sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, no, I just want to see it. I want to see Giyu get in there and get healed. It's a build that is, I mean, the Nidalee build is really so varied, because for starters, not a lot of people play her, and then the solo queue players that do are usually one tricks that have their own graphs and charts of what they build on Nidalee for every specific game. And so if in this situation, going in or even building tank puts you at a disadvantage for fighting any of these picks, why not? Why not go for just helping out somebody that can actually dish out damage? So he has to stay alive and make sure that he continues to hit shots. Otherwise, you're not getting a lot of value out of the Grail. But if he does that, I mean, we've seen one of those heals be plus 500.
Yeah, I like this early early Last Whisper item here for Phoenix as well. Does have the healing reduction version of it, so he's able to cut down a lot of that healing that Nidalee and the rest of the squad can get, especially with definitely building the Bloodthirster. Does also seem like Dignitas are the ones that are going to maintain control of the objective leads right now. 2 Infernal Takes for them now. They'll be the first team to grab Soul Point. As EGA is still trying to take out this mid-outer tower. Need a couple more taps on it, but finally going to get enough room to take it down, so that's a lot more space that EGA can try and play around here. As it seems like with the Drake down for 4.5 or so minutes, teams are going to be moving their attention towards the Baron, which makes sense.
Even though EG giving up this dragon does put Dignitas at soul point, they are just fighting for the spikes that will be guaranteeing them strength over Dignitas, and a lot of that involves Brandini getting those upgrades. The Infinity Edge has already been upgraded, but you also want to hit that Blade of the Ruined King there for Giyu pretty soon, if that's what you want to upgrade in your Aurelia, because she's not building Trinity anytime soon. And so if you can at least look at your items and say, I know that we can win this fight, that's a much more sure team fight to take versus we just want to stall them out of soul point. And if you don't actually have the damage to do so, it becomes a lot tougher to come up with that win here. So I think that EG is just very happy to have Ornn in this situation, and that's what you drafted. That's why you can risk these picks like Nidalee, because you can hit these stages and always fall back on the ornaments.
Yep, certainly looking more at execution, I think, at this point as well. Gold is even. Plenty of teamfight prowess on either side as far as what they've drafted. So Dignitas will once again be the first around the objective here, trying to take out this Baron. But looks like it's just getting that vision down for now, not wanting to overextend themselves too much. And it is also going for a Lich Bane, so kind of rocking back up into the carry status for the Nidalee, or at least wanting to maintain the ability to threaten people after going sidestepping for those 2 support items.
Movement speed and cooldown reduction plus a little bit of health on the execute, so I like it. I want to see if he ends up what he ends up doing, really, because the Nidalee is just such a odd pick unlike most carries here. I mean, if you can go up and play a team fight sniping out the Varus, or just sitting in the front line and trying to do your Q executes on frontline targets. So a lot of creativity is involved in Nidalee.
Yep, have to play very cautiously as well. So we'll see. Again, this is not a pick that we see that often in competitive, and it is, you have to think and play as a team very differently when this is your jungler versus something more traditional like, you know, just a frontliner or an initiator. So we'll see how EG navigate here, but good pillar there onto Matt, who has been a pretty consistent target of attention, given that he's a fairly easy target for to kill. Despite the stone plate there for Nautilus, he's pretty spiffy, especially under the effects of Trundle Ultimate. Damonte is going to steal the depth charge, though.
Watch Giyu.
Taking that away from Matt. But yeah, Giyu's the big threat here. Not level 16 just yet, but one big flank could turn this fight around.
If Phoenix has anything going for him this time around, it's that he has a stopwatch and that little Banshees, that Edge of Night, that's going to allow him to either get past the stun from Aurelia or even dodge out of the ultimate. So Phoenix is much safer here, so I think that Giyu has to rethink how he wants to dive into that backline. The exhaust is up from Olay. He was very quick on it in the dragon fight engage, so he needs to either have a diving buddy partner or go for those classic dive into the backline, but use one of your Qs to dash into a frontliner and quickly just distract them and position yourself to continue to deal damage.
Yeah, I think you might want to try and find a stopwatch at some point before a major team fight, because he doesn't really have a way to help himself once he gets into the middle of the fight. The problem, though, is I don't know how much time he has, because we have Drake spawning in 50 seconds now. And there's a TP into the middle. Oh, definitely getting exhausted, going to cleanse out, run towards his teammates. Demonte there going to try and dive down. Definitely's the target. Depth charge is massive. Silas with all the AP. Just about one-shots the enemy AD, but Gyu's diving into the backline. He sees Phoenix. He wants to kill. Vanguard Dead is down, but again, he can't really live a little too longer. And a low getting them down, but not able to quite get the kill as Brandini's now tanking in the front side, and Demonte is ripping through the rest of EG. Brandini will be left out all alone with nothing he can do, and they did get Phoenix, but it cost them just about everything as Brandini will finally fall as well.
Fantastic flank there out of Dignitas. Both Lorla and Demonte coming in. They're going to take down Brandini, and Ole should live as well. That should be the final Infernal Dragon for Dignitas, giving them the soul. It's definitely there's nothing that EG can do. And now Deathly is without flashes, and Dignitas can continue to do that.
Yep, I mean, we talk about this power of Silas being how he converts ultimates with all his raw AP. He's got raw AP, and that Nautilus ultimate is very different from your standard Nautilus ultimate, as they do get the soul as well. Dignitas, again, the gold lead itself, not that massive, but should be in a very powerful position at this point.
So the exhaust and the cleanse is pretty good, but then look at the fact that there is a set flashing into you with a Silas Nautilus ultimate on top of you, and Varus using a flash Q against MF. There is nothing he could do, and when your main DPS dies like that, the rest of the fight is just all too easy. Gyu was not going to have enough damage in him to take down the rest of Dignitas, and now they kind of know. Kill Misfortune, win fight. It's that easy.
Yeah, just a really good setup there for Dig. I think this comp just has so many more tools for them to kind of start things off. Demonte has looked so different when he can be the one making plays more for himself on the Silas. And at 8-2-4 now with a Lichbane finished as well. A very powerful look here for Demonte on this Silas, who is just making every ultimate look that much better when he's the one using it.
Oh, this is a rush, and it is a desperate rush out of EG. It is Envision, and Dignitas gets the fight they want. However, Gyu is in the backline, and Demonte's not here yet.
Yeah, Demonte not there is the big one there. Stun's going to land. Gyu again, going for the Vanguard's edge. Demonte now going to join the fight. The bullet time is good, but EG, that's not enough. And now Demonte is going to steal an ultimate and force EG away. I just don't think I can stick around now.
They need penetration on the Misfortune. The armor is now too high on these members. You already have every single pick on Dignitas having a major armor item. So until Deathly gets that, these bullet times are not really going to cut through the tanks like they want them to.
Yeah, and again, looking for that healing reduction is just Brandini right now with the Bramble Vest, which is not enough versus all the healing from the Trundle, the Silas. I mean, even Phoenix, when he uses heal, doesn't have any lifesteal right now, but if he goes that route as well, there's potentially that. I mean, like you said, it's just tough for Deathly to crack through the frontliners here. And Dignitas, if the bullet time's not killing people when you get a nicely positioned one, MF is not a particularly useful champion at that juncture.
And let's see if he buys something to deal with that. Oh no, straight RFC. So I actually had quite a bit of gold there, so we'll have to wait till another set of 2,000 gold hits Deathly's pockets till he gets the armor penetration necessary and healing reduction.
Yeah, again, also now can't split the halves of the item. Has to choose either the pen from the Last Whisper or the healing reduction of the Executioner's Calling. Also, there's Baron to worry about. Dignitas are just starting it.
Demonte can one-shot Anda here.
Yeah, he's got that Nautilus Assault still stolen. Gonna use it, force him away. Does a pretty big chunk of damage, but again, they're trying to keep them out. Matt's getting in there. Brandini, though, getting the ulti across the Baron, though. He's going to go down. No steal. What? Coming. Oh, my goodness. Anda, he stole it with Runic. It must have been the splash damage, but EG still have to get out alive. Definitely in a good position, kiting away, shooting down. Still pretty powerful. Demonte getting low, but he's going to get himself shot to pieces. EG, an absolute miracle steal there from Anda. And Dignitas dropping the ball around the objective. That's not the story we wanted to tell today.
Basically, the Runic Echoes gets the steal. Are you serious? What? He didn't even hit the actual Baron with the spear. It freaking splashed onto someone else.
He was nowhere near it.
Oh my god. Wow, Greg has smite up too.
Alright, well, EG are going to back off. They can't get an inhibitor at least. We now have to reset for this Elder Dragon that's coming up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But I'll take the replay whenever it's ready. We have to see how that happens.
Oh, speaking it straight into my mind. That's what everybody wants to see. What in the world? It was a good call because Damonte was getting Anda out. Like, the jungler was not there. You've got Braum to stall. You've got the Chains of Corruption if you needed them. Pillar. I'm just in shock. You know how rare it is that a Luden's Echo proc steals a Baron? I only see that in normal games. You got to go to the subreddit for replays of stuff like that.
I also appreciate that Giyu. Sorry, not Giyu. You distracted me. That joke was great. Anda is going for the healing reduction as well. Actually has an Oblivion orb right now, so it looks like it will be lost item. Morello's here for the Nidalee. We're also going to have to wait, because a minute 30 for this Elder Dragon, with the Baron still ticking away on the Red Bull Baron power play for EG. They're going for broke here. Damonte the target. See you later. Definitely able to get him down. There's the last whisper you were asking for, Crumbs.
Momentum has shifted so much now.
Very much so.
They got no problem splitting with Giyu now. Orin is split pushing. Dignitas must be so distraught right now.
Yeah, Damonte's in for 40 seconds as well. He's like easily the strongest member on the team.
Yes.
But here we go again. Ulti.
And let's see it.
He just chucks it in there.
It's Trundle. Splash.
They just messed up.
Oh, the little splash.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean, I think Dig could have maybe won the fight after if that Baron had not been the case, but they just feel like they have to run away after that.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, like, you're just so, like... Again, like, the mental toll that you take there when that happens to you, like, even if they were in a... I think they were in a still good position to fight, as you mentioned, but, like, that's not what you're thinking about. You're just... You cannot get past how wrong that went, given the situation you were in. Like, literally, Anda throws that spear 100% of the time, expecting to get that Baron not even once.
Yeah, like, that should never...
Like, that's not an integer of a percent to get that Baron. That's less than 1%.
He starts like, I missed. Wait a minute, I got it.
He's like, might as well throw it. You never know. Like, I'll get some poke down. Maybe we're trying to win the fight after. Alright, fight continuing though. Elder Dragon is up, so this is a real objective teams have to fight for. Vanguard's Edge outlow for Giyu, getting a decent lockdown. Brandini, no, it's Damonte with the ulti going out. Giyu the target, but he's got the Guardian Angel. Ooh. Bullet time is big, and such a massive ulti as the Ram knocks up 3 of Dig, and I think they just checked out of the game at this point. Phoenix is going to die. Giyu is resetting all over them, and Dig lose 1. They're going to lose the Elder Dragon, and it just feels like that steal broke them.
It really did. They're trying to get a pick, but that pick was exactly how they were trying to fight in game 1. Not setting anything up, just going straight into their opponent without any thought as to what they could be planning, and they had a misfortune ready to go exactly as they funneled into that little corner. This Dignitas lineup might be, I think, on their 4th game as a loss with a soul.
With a soul, yeah. I didn't know the stat. I know I've seen it before, and that's not what you want to be known for. We'll put it that way. Is EG have just hung strong in this game, which again was close as far as gold goes for such a long time, but Dig, it felt like they were in full control, and Anda rips it away from them. And look at the flip side, right? Like, maybe Dig, like, can shrug it off, you know? I don't think so, because I think any team is going to feel the effects of a steal that brutal. But the confidence that EG gain after that happens cannot be understated.
You feel like there's a heavenly power that just allows you to win. You're like, oh, I guess we could do anything and still win? All right.
Exactly. You feel like the confidence you have in your ability to win in situations is just, you know, infinite. And you can see it in the way they're fighting. Much more confident, much more aggressive, way more coordinated. Like, sometimes it is just like needing to be told that you can do something that lets you do it. And now EG are in full control of this game.
Yeah, they know they can do it. You got that Elder still with a minute here. There should be at least 2 inhibitors, if not the game.
Yeah, inhib down in mid. Giyu working on it in top side. They still got Elder Dragon for a minute, so they're going to have to delay the game as the supers are going to start approaching. Baron has dropped off. It's actually back up in 30 seconds. EG might use the rest of their Elder Dragon to secure that objective, but they're going to wait around for at least another wave because the Baron's not even up yet.
Yeah, they probably would just crash it. Now that you bring up the Baron is up, it probably would be too risky to try to win here, considering that they just got that lucky break with the Baron. He's still pushing, they'll crash the wave and then just fall back into the safe objective.
Yep, and not doing an irrelevant amount of damage either to Ole, just throwing spears over the wall, but again, enough time to take this Baron and win the team fight if Dig did come for you. So EG are just going to fall back with the super minions pressuring mid. They can already see where Damonte, the most threatening member, is. And sure, there's maybe a TP coming in here, but no one's going to be around to steal this particular Baron, and EG will secure it. And they're running straight topside. Gyu's going to go back in TP, and EG want to end the game right now.
They don't need more items. You've got a full build on Misfortune. You've got everything on your Nidalee, and Gyu has teleport up with a stone plate completed as well. So 1-3-1ing here with Nidalee and the wave. She'll easily join with top end. This is set to be the final push out of EG. We've been here before last week, and it hasn't been a pretty execution. I think they have it down. They should know how lucky they are to be in this position in this game. So the caution, or at least the thought of this could go wrong, should be in the back of their minds.
Yeah, gonna have to watch the triple stack in the top lane mostly for EG. Definitely needs to hold on to his life at basically every cost.
They're waiting for Gyu to crash that wave, so they need 3 waves to crash at the same time. These have been the first 2, and the third one will be brought in by Gyu. Let's see if he slow pushes this one. The Baron will be really fast with it, but it's actually well timed with what Deathly is doing here.
Yeah, this seems pretty nicely done, and is still again just anchoring a little bit more pressure in the center of the map. Can run back towards his team nice and quickly, and now it's a 4-1 split as that tower will fall. Brandini's going to let it rip with the Ornn ulti, and that's just to force them back and buy space around the in-hit. But Dig, maybe that's their time to strike. Gyu going to work on the bottom lane. They're going to go in 5v4. Lolo trying to dunk him down. The face break is there. Definitely, though, not touched just yet. The TP in from Gyu just to make sure he can join the fight, but Anders out of there. They're going to get a hook in onto Ole, who's going to get slapped down by the Nidalee. And EG, I think they've done it. They'll crack this top side now, 5v4 in EG's favor to try and finish off this Nexus.
Gyu doesn't want to split push. He wants to join with the team. The risk is too high of dying in there. One Nexus
Damonte
down. Definitely still strong.
Guardian Angel not up yet for Gyu. He's got to wait a couple more seconds to get it, but that's just Grig deleted off the rift. The base is open. I think they can just force it here. Evil Geniuses Academy gonna make it a very dramatic 2-0. The bullet timeout. Everyone's getting shredded, and Phoenix, the final one left alive, will at least see the Nexus fall. But Evil Geniuses Academy will go up 2-0, Crumb.
What a game 2 pace. I'm in cold sweats here because that was a very stressful game from both teams. Dig needs a big mental reset, a banana, a splash of water, just something, because we saw that they knew what they did wrong in game 1. They applied it so well up until that point in game 2, and then the ball was dropped. So they're going to have to think back to that same energy that brought them into that start of game 2 and correct it a bit more. It's just really stressful from here on out.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, Crumbs, they will not have long, but everyone needs a break, so we are going to be stepping away. But on the other side, we've got Game 3 of Evil Genius Academy versus Dignitas Academy. After that, you do not want to miss it.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back once more for our third game between Evil Geniuses Academy and Dignitas Academy, where Dignitas have once again chosen blue side. But Crumbs, it doesn't feel like it's the champ select that's really causing these issues. I mean, game 1 was just a super solid, clean game from EG. Game 2 very much was on the table for either team, and it seemed like Dignitas were in the driver's seat to close it out. And then Anders stole Baron with a Runic Echo's proc.
Yeah.
And I don't know how Dignitas recover in this series. This is one of the hardest comebacks I will ever see a team mount, because winning a best of 5 down 0-2 is hard enough, but the manner in which you lost your last game has to be taxing on you.
This is the kind of game where you wish you had the Men in Black thing to block out your memory and just be like, oh, I guess we're just starting 0-2. How did we get there? Like, you don't need to know. You don't need to know how you got there. So if the reset is to be made from Dignitas, it starts with a blank slate. No, they always, this happens every single time. Oh, we take it one game at a time. Well, that's what they have to think about. They have to string 3 wins back to back to back. So how do we start that win? I think that they had a good look with prioritizing Damonte in the mid lane. So maybe going with a stronger 2v2 than the Trundle Silas, or at least pressuring it more, could be something to give them some confidence, because I think they need to play early game and start getting some kills under their name to feel like, hey, we can actually take this game, versus let's just try to scale back and feel the same EG lineup, because they've been playing the same Ornn, Misfortune, Nautilus 2 games in a row, and it keeps hurting them late.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll attack that in draft. That's always an option you have. I am curious to see how EG look this game, because game 1, they looked like, a super powered up team. Game 2, I think a little bit more of what we'd expect. Still very good, but with some shakiness towards the late game and kind of coordinating out the closing of that game. I'm curious to see if they can, have a similarly close early game, but then close out the game differently if they're able to find an edge. Because I think what we do want to see from one of the better teams in Academy, and again, in my opinion, the second best team, aka the best team not named Cloud9 in the league, I think watching them have a more standard game where they're able to get a lead and then close it out without having to rely on massively snowballing the early game would be nice to see, because again, at the end of the day, you are trying to win. Dignitas is just another team in your path. You are going to have to play either a super duper powered up TSM or Cloud9, who are straight up the best team in the league. I want to see EG, be competitive in that spot, because no matter who they play, it's going to be tough, and it'd be good to see a team, if they are going to 3-0 here, have a very clean last game against Dignitas.
Absolutely. It would not speak well if they can close out a 3-0, and it's just as the second game was, where you're not really winning most of the game. If they are going to do that, though, they do have the option of going for at least parts of the same draft, as Misfortune's no longer allowed. So at least Dignitas is trying to see what Deathly's got, but he's got a lot of picks. He didn't just play Misfortune in the last quarterfinals. He had the Kaisa, the Callista as well, which can be pretty powerful, and you can just as easily lock in that Ornn AD, and you've got yourself a very similar comp.
Yep, lots of bottom lane bans once again, but Set continuing to be the first pick here for Dig. That is their priority. Brandini, he might be personally getting a little tired of it, but I think no competitor is tired of winning, and Ornn certainly has been pretty instrumental in EG's success so far into a game, so they'll happily take it here again. As noted though, Crumbs by you, MF not available this time around, so gonna have to pick something different here in this second slot.
Curious what EG think about Trundle. Now, not so much for giving it to Anda, but as the way Grig played it, where the Trundle was used to make sure that Nautilus and Ornn could remain easy targets to pick on, and it gave Grig something to always do in the team fight. So that's a pick that I think Dignitas could go back to, as it went pretty well. It just doesn't feel like they're comboing it too well with what other drafts can go. Like, imagine if you took a Trundle here and you've got Trundle, Ezreal, maybe even a Zoe. You have a pretty good poke comp, but the problem will be locked in a safe 2v2.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal for Phoenix. I think it's champion heroes very well. It's really good for players that are very mechanically gifted, which Phoenix certainly is. So I think his individual skill translates nicely to this champion. It's also one of Deathly's favorite champions, so potentially banning that one out as well. Braum continuing to be picked here, again, I think makes sense with something like Ornn on the table. But it does seem like EU is going to get Zoe again. No, they're actually going to give almost definitely the Prio, but it is Zoe instead of the Kai'Sa. So definitely going to eat some attention here, probably in phase number 2. But I think in this spot, you're kind of priced into picking Zoe. It's just such a good chance.
Yeah, it's very safe blind here, and I get a feeling that EG is once again just going to pick on Grig here. So jungle bans start coming out. You know that Deathly is likely to take his bot laner in the first red side rotation because he already has his support, and you know who you're up against. So the jungle pool of Grig continues to be attacked, and if he doesn't find himself on a very good matchup, or if Anda can have a good counter, that could be the early game power that EG is looking for here.
And as a note, Yumi and Callisto are also the other bands, so definitely won't have that champion available either.
Yeah.
But Gragas is going to be the other band, so they will keep picking on Grig, and Kai'Sa will be banned by Dignitas. So we'll see what happens here for this last ban for Dig, but definitely certainly will be pushed down a few champions. We'll see what else he can pair with Matt's Nautilus.
Kai'Sa was the best one when it comes to diving somebody like an Ezreal. You have really a lot of tools to work with here. I think you can have a Varus as well if you'd really like, just having that extra crowd control and poke potential against the Ezreal, that you can do so much damage with somebody like a Zoe.
The other thing is that Syndra wasn't banned this game, which I was maybe expecting EG to throw in there to help lift Kiwi's matchup up a little bit more. You could take Syndra here for bottom lane, but I don't think that's what Deathly wants to be doing. And it does seem like Anda is actually going to prioritize taking away a jungler here. He's just continuing to play more stylish champions. You know, started with J4, very solid, very consistent. Went to Nidalee, which was a real big one, and now Lee Sin, which is, you know, kind of in the middle, but certainly keeping on the aggressive side here. Anda clearly wanting the edge in his jungle match.
Very interesting. This tells me that EG felt like Grig would have taken and fallen back onto the Lee Sin if he had to. He instead goes for another early game jungler in the Pantheon. I think it's much easier to execute, so I actually don't think he would have fallen back on Lee Sin. But curious, it makes me very curious to see what Deathly wants to play here, because you rarely see a last pick AD.
Yeah, I think this will be Syndra easily, though. It's passed really well with the Pantheon. It's considered basically the best pick against Zoe. It's funny, in LCS, Syndra's win rate against Zoe is like 75% or something like that. And it's actually inverted in Academy. So Zoe is somehow, oh my god, they picked Vayne!
Okay.
Wow! Alright, that's a spicy one. I like it.
I mean,
double cleanse too.
Vayne can be good against Ezreal, right? I think that's the place where they're coming from. You can go into stealth and you can solo him out. Not such a powerful pick with his mobility, but you just have no wave clear, right? You're just so weak early, and they're running Cleanse Exhaust against TP heal, so probably a farm lane, bottom lane. Just a bonkers last pick when it comes to style here, right? You're just saying we don't actually care if you're going to focus this bottom lane, because we don't think you can actually win through this lane.
I mean, you said they were setting something up. This is the kind of pick you set up here, right? Something like a Vayne. Crumbs, I know you've been playing for a long time, so do you remember when Ezreal's W used to give attack speed?
Yes.
And it's just like the champion was just unbelievably
it used to heal
powerful.
at one point too.
Yeah, that was the truly silly version. But that Ezreal, one of the only picks I ever heard that was actually good against that iteration of Ezreal, which was just considered to be unbelievably strong, was Vayne, even in that build of Ezreal. So this is a counter pick that goes back quite a long way, but we'll see if it works out. Definitely with a very bold choice to potentially close out EG series. Once again, we are going to throw ourselves off to a commercial break to build up 5 minutes of delay in order to preserve competitive integrity due to the online nature of the broadcast. So if you want to see how this Vayne's going to work out in the 2v2, join us back in 5 minutes for what could be our final game of this match. Hello and welcome back to the Gymnasium of the Geniuses, Crumbs, the evil ones to be exact, because they are flexing all over Dignitas Academy as they look to close out the series 3-0. In the last game, it was Anders Nidalee that we thought, hey, this is a pretty confident pick, confident counter pick versus the Trundle. This time it is definitely, of all players, with the press the attack Vayne trying to show some stuff here in the 2v2 bot lane against the Ezreal and
from the Genius Academy itself, the Vayne straight coming at you as the counter to the Ezreal. So a big burden on him. We've all seen what can happen to an Ezreal that gets out of hand. He can take over a game and one-shot Vayne, regardless of how good she is as a counter. So the Phoenix versus Deathly War has been, I'd say, definitely favored for most of this series, but if there is a game for Phoenix to really step out of the Varus shadow that just puts him slow, unmoving, and easy to collapse on, the Ezreal should give him the agency to not get jumped on, to stay alive, and to have the agency to carry in the mid to late game once you hit that Trinity Mirror mana spike.
I was also personally hoping for a Halo Blades Vayne, but I think in the 2v2, press the attack is just a bit better. Especially because you can have your teammate help you set up, whereas in a solo lane, you actually need the extra attack speed right now. But we have seen Halo Blades kind of make a lot of different ADs more viable, Kalista probably being the primary one that we've seen a lot more of in recent memory. So definitely not going that route, going for, I guess, the more standard press the attack. But regardless, should be a very fun matchup to watch versus the Conqueror Ezreal that is starting to become the standard in both bottom lane and mid lane, actually, kind of moving away from lethal tempo.
I still don't like it. I still think tempo is better. Maybe for mid. I think
better?
Conqueror is better in mid, and I think tempo is better in bot. The reason why I like tempo better is you actually can use a lot of it when it comes to laning and pushing. So a big weakness of Ezreal early is being able to push, and I think the lethal tempo, if you work around your passive, keeping those 5 stacks up, you can actually do a lot of damage and a lot of pushing that is often surprising to a lot of opponents in the early game.
Yeah. Also, we'll see Giyu and Damonte square up again here in mid lane. Giyu back on the Zoe. Damonte this time got access to the Syndra. And Giyu actually going for heal instead of cleanse. He did have cleanse at one point in Champ Select, but has decided against it. Is Ole getting harassed here by the Vayne and the Nautilus as both bot laners have hit level 2. Looks like Deathly and Matt already off to the races.
If the mid 2v2 of Dignitas was, I think, stronger in camping mid, I would want Giyu to take cleanse, but because they were not able to execute on the Yasuo Gragas, and then the Trundle Silas really didn't feel like it was a conscious effort of Grig and Damonte, I think Giyu is okay taking the heal, knowing that he's not gonna actually get ganked.
I don't know who the hook was intended for, but it nailed Phoenix there, and they have not seen Anders sneak into this bottom side of the map. I'm not sure he's going for anything other than the crab, as he does ping that right now. But another hook landing again. How is he getting this Ezreal so consistently as he finally shifts out of there? Definitely, they're going to follow up with autos. Does get the silver bolts. Proc that Q. That would have been a kill onto Phoenix. So nice save there. But Anders still going. Going to get the slow down and force out the heal.
Oh, once again, the bottom lane of Dignitas is just camped, and their junglers nowhere to help. Pantheon showed in the top side when you know that the Scuttle Crabs are being traded, and now the Vayne versus Ezreal is looking a lot better than we thought in the Champions. Like, stun's already out from Damonte, so he can't set him up for a Grig. He'd have to flash, and he just walks away. This is why he's not concerned about the cleanse. He can just play the lane well enough to not die.
Yeah, Grig actually got slightly unlucky there, I will say. He timed that gank, and Giyu picked an Ignite off out of a balloon, which actually gave him movement speed off Spell Thief to walk even faster out of that and force Damonte's cleanse because he thought he was getting all in. So that's a Zoe thing. Like, it's really hard to track, like, oh, do they have a bubble? What's she getting? Because you don't want to spend extra seconds figuring out what's going on. But that worked out really nicely for Giyu, and he also cheated to the right side of the lane. So I like it for both sides. I think Grig should have gone for it there, but Giyu had that under control.
Do you remember that was actually the same gank that Grig went for
as
Gragas that cost him his life? So he's doing kind of the same route 2 games in a row, and twice the gank just does not really pay off.
Yeah, looks like bottom lane is stabilized a little bit here as Phoenix actually burnt his TP to get control back in the lane. It's 2 Dorans now for the Ezreal, definitely still up in CS. He's actually up about a wave. And will likely collect more as he gets the wave that's crashing in towards the tower, but is certainly down as far as overall fighting power. He's going to lose that first minion actually to the tower.
There's a ward that was at the back of the brush that maybe Lorlo or Ornn could use to get into the bot lane, TP, and help the Vayne out even further. So they're really setting up definitely to succeed, which feels good for you to play Vayne and having your team believe in you and not throw you into the side and say, oh, you're just a Vayne picker.
Yep, so we are back, and we do have a pause. We'll let you know when we'll be back. Hopefully that will be resolved shortly. But it is an interesting point that you say in that EG often feel like they play around deftly, which is not something I really expected when I was looking at this team. Like, I think they are a good topside team. I think their mid jungle especially is very strong, but they move all of that lead into the bottom lane. Like, Brandini's been playing on, he's willing to TP. Giyu roams constantly, often towards the bottom half of the map. And for definitely, like I said, I think this is one of the best teams he could ask for, because not only does he have someone he likes playing with in Matt, who's also a veteran support across LCS and Academy, but his teammates are very willing to come bottom lane and make sure he gets ahead. And we've seen multiple games now that definitely is constantly the recipient of any of the positive things that EGA built.
I think it's because the veteran status of the team just falls into the bottom lane, like you were mentioning. Matt, great shot caller, and has been playing in Academy and teams for quite some time. Same thing with Deftly, whereas Giyu having less experience, same thing with Anda and even Brandini to an extent. So if your most vocal leader is in a certain lane, it usually happens that he's just calling for more help, and as a result, they look like they are synergizing around that lane. And so far, it's definitely paid off. It's definitely got a good champion pool. Same thing with Matt. So it's not like if they feel like they're in the back, but they always have tools to be able to find advantages against what their opponents are picking.
Yep, as an update, we do have about 2 minutes to wait, so we'll get back into the game as soon as we are ready. As a reminder, we do have to build up delays, so even if the game is unpaused, we have to make sure there is the full 5-minute delay built up in order to preserve competitive integrity. But I think one of the cool things about Evil Genius's Academy, Crumbs, is they've done this a couple of times now. Like, they understand the meta, they have all the set champions, but they're willing to show some flexibility. Like, I think specifically of Anders jungle Morgana in their final game of the regular season, which was just not something we really expected. But it's cool to see EG not only like be a solid team and be able to play the meta picks well, but also show like some individual stuff. Like, no team is really counterpicking Vayne, but EG have clearly practiced it enough. They're confident enough in Deftly in a playoff series to say, yeah, just take it. We think we can get through this game.
I think what stands out about that point specifically is that when you have teams that are known for experimentation, you usually see them 2 new picks, 3 new picks, a whole new draft. Just everything is different, and it usually falls apart because it's too much to handle and no one knows exactly how those pieces fit together. Here, we've seen 2 games where 2 unorthodox picks in Vayne and Nidalee come out, yet the rest of the draft remains very standard. You've got picks that make sense all across the board, and so just having one new addition, I think, is the degree of change that this team has felt comfortable with having. And it's pretty fun if you're on the receiving end of that experimentation, not so much if you're the guy playing Ornn 3 games in a row.
That's true. Brandini has to be recognized for his duty to the team in being able to play on all 3 games. It certainly has been helping EG as well. Again, we talk so much about their team play and their coordination and the pressure that their top laner and mid laner and jungler apply to other areas of the map, but particularly bottom lane. So EG clearly have, a script that they follow, but it's nice that they have deeper pockets than just the picks that everyone plays, right? Because I think especially if you're trying to make a deep playoff run, just being able to play what everyone else can play might be enough if you're a really talented team, but often isn't. And I think in a long series especially, being able to say like, hey, we can go deep in bottom lane and give Deftly counter pick, after he eats a bunch of bans and the bottom lane is picked in phase 1 for Dignitas, that doesn't feel bad. As top lane, Q gonna land after the knockup from Brandini, and that's the follow-up. The Haymaker is good, but Lolo, can he stay alive? The flash in to secure it, and there's the first blood as the hammer comes down for Brandini.
Great gank there out of EG, and now they have the flash. The wave is back. Sure, they're gonna lose that dragon, but Lee Sin off to an early start with a solid gank is exactly what you want. 600 gold on the board. Now he gets a counter gank as well. This is a really good start for EG.
Ooh, Grig getting low there, but he's going to finish off the Drake. Yep, it's all good as the Infernal goes off, but EG kind of knew what they were getting into. Phoenix's TP actually applying enough pressure here that they're able to make space around the Drake, and of course with Anda doing this in top lane, they kind of knew what they were
So
trading.
the cool thing about this play is that Anda actually W's first and then uses Q. So Lorlo thought that he was going to be able to flash and immediately avoid all that because Anda's W looked like a Q. It was in the same direction. Ornn was right on top of it, so he thought he was safe, but they played it really well and only committed one flash to it. So those Lee mechanics against champions like Set are something that you actually have to practice. This is definitely not the first time he's ganked a Set with a Lee.
Yeah, really smooth stuff there for Anda as Grig has found him out in the top side as Anda was stealing away the Wolf Camp after that gank. There's also a Scuttle Crab here that Brandini is going to try and protect, but not sure he can do the job himself.
Yeah, Lee's left,
Grig
though.
is going to be able to smite this down.
Like, can I get a smite out of you? So that's the best he can get.
Yeah, it'd be funny if Brandini just like randomly ordered it and took the crap away.
It'd be really funny if he actually was able to steal it with maybe the last breath of W, just some random spell as similar to the Luden steal or Runic steal from Game 2 as possible.
And you see that Deathly has finally been able to go back, and things should feel a lot better now in the 2v2, excuse me, now that Bilgewater Cutlass has been finished. Blade of the Ruin King, again, has been popping up just about everywhere, but pretty sure Deathly would build this regardless of the status of the item, given that it's pretty essential to how Vayne wants to operate.
Yeah, the split push is a possibility, and he was kind of pushing on the side lanes quite a bit when he was playing Misfortune, being able to collect a lot of those plays, but that was on a game that was much more accelerated than this. The ganks into the bottom lane had gotten, I think, Misfortune at least 2,000, maybe even 3,000 gold up on their AD carry, so could go wherever and be much faster with the Struck. That's the one thing that I think Misfortune has going on for her that's so difficult for other lanes.
Oh, that bubble was disgusting. Redemption's going to come down as well, but the squad is here. It's actually a 3v3 opening up in mid. Gee with the heal makes him space, and now he's Anda with the kick, but to potentially turn it back around. But everyone springs out. It's literally both junglers and supports in the mid lane, and everybody walks away.
The evolution of these roams mid, it first starts with somebody roams, the supports roam into the mid lane, and then Grig dies. The second game, EG Dig learns it, and then it is Anda that dies. Third game, they're trying to catch out Anda, but he's got flash and a ward hop. Has to burn that in case Grig were to have committed a flash for him as well.
Ooh, this could be a tricky. Brandini's got ulti. Here comes the ram. Good block from Ole. So Giyu continuing to pressure on the flank with the poke, but looks like just some cooldowns traded there, and everyone's going to walk away happily.
This leaves Vayne and Ezreal to 1v1 into the bottom lane, and it's turned into a deathly rotation mid, so EG might be further committed to a dive or something in these lanes. Look how Deathly's now taking over mid, and Giyu rotates to the Herald.
Yep, it is Herald here for EG. Wanting to make sure they don't fall too far behind on objectives. They have lost the last few early Drakes, as Dig got this first one, despite the flawless Drake record in their first game. But definitely here, just knowing that Phoenix's TP isn't back up, he has to walk there anyway if they want to overpower as far as numbers go. So definitely going to make the swap, and that early Rift Herald will go the way of Evil Genius's Academy.
Herald is not a big deal as long as you've got somebody hitting some plates, and Phoenix is one of the very best at doing that. The W is probably the greatest change that happened to Ezreal for that. And see, this is another reason why I actually think lethal tempo is even stronger. You can aim the ultimate down the lane in this position, hit the enemy, proc your lethal tempo, and then just obliterate turrets.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix got 2 plates. Maybe would have gotten a third.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely would have gotten a third with it.
Different rune. Instead, we'll keep applying pressure, but it's the same story on the top side for EG, and the Rift Herald's going to make the race not a race at all. EG will handily win this first turret trade. And that bonus gold is going to keep going over again. Definitely continuing to put gold in his pockets.
This Herald will probably be positioned for a second charge, but EG wants to go for the Dragon. 20 seconds on it. They've given up blue side control, so Dig can have first dibs to it, and definitely wants to fight for it as well. So it looks like EG really is all about the Dragon bleed here and not letting Dignitas have that access like they did in the last game.
Yeah. They can see Lolo. They know he doesn't have TP if they're keeping track of that cooldown. And Blade of the Ruin King just got finished for Deathly, which should show you how beneficial getting an early plate gold has been. So EG are going to feel very confident walking into this Drake pit.
Orlo's walking too. He knows a fight has to break out. He's not using that TP as it is not up. And Phoenix is already here. Has Mirror Mana, no Sheens. Not a lot of damage on this Ezreal, and they're catching Pantheon.
Depth charge, good. Knock up though, but the Brandini ultimate's going to knock up 4, and that fight's over already. Olay asleep and likely going to fall. Map forced to flash away. Demonte still here. Does get the Dark Sphere down to get the kill. So actually a 1-for-1 overall. Surprise Olay was allowed to live there, and EG actually going to have to recall.
Ooh.
So the Drake not giving up just yet, but the bubbles continuing to fly in. Stun gonna land. Really nice move. There's Phoenix. Face breaker there for Lolo, and it's Dignitas that are the first to find the second kill.
Really good look. It felt like EG was still lingering, not sure what they were going to do from the aftermath of that team fight. They catch out the Zoe, and Dragon is still up. So the objective fight happened, but the objective has still not been taken. So we might be ready for a round 2 here. If Lolo can push up this wave really quickly and then TP down here, they could deny a lot, as Brandini is already making his way down.
Yeah, definitely actually went back down to the bottom lane. I have to watch the replay again to see what he was able to do. Oh, we're going to get a stun. No, wrong angle. Gets the flash at least. There's the TP out, but here's Ander again. Phoenix, though, chasing him. Ander is going to have to hop back over the wall. Grig is low, but the Drake will go over. Dignitas able to secure the objective, and EG have not found a trade, whether a kill or some more plates just yet.
You hate to see it. That would have at least gotten you a cleanse and a flash, but we're going to see that team fight again. So the ward gets cleared out, and this is not really the ideal target to go on. Pantheon has it aimed entirely at the enemy team, so it takes quite a while for him to go down, and it's the fact that Anda had used his Q earlier that it's not up in time to catch Olay before he can walk out. So that is why they're not able to get more than that. And then here Giyu, just a little bit greedy, not recognizing there is a ward in the back of that ledge, and this stun, too strong from Demonte.
Yep, now nowhere else to go. Insta flash from Lolo. Actually didn't, oh yep, does need to get the follow-up CC, but has more than enough. And despite that amazing ultimate from Brandini, definitely only autoed Pantheon in that fight. He actually didn't auto a single time after they got that first kill. So, not able to navigate the Vayne into the spot she needed to be in order to finish off that fight. So it is going to be a trade in favor of Dignitas. Still, 2 Drakes up. Gold is even much more like the second game than it is the first. So Dignitas still holding on here in the series.
They're holding on, yet they're starting to realize that the Vayne's not going to be 1v1able. There is no one that's even close to be able to do that. Maybe the Syndra at some point if she can actually catch her, but Vayne can obviously outplay that with Cleanse and Flash. So I think that EG's game plan is going to continue to peak around Deathly. Everybody else is too far behind or it doesn't offer the right tools. Between Braum and Pantheon, it's really tricky for Zoe to actually have the effect that she normally wants. And then targets like Ezreal make it even more frustrating that you can hit a sleepy trouble bubble and he can still just escape.
Yeah, it feels like fights are going to be very snowbally in either direction, because Vayne kind of like Jinx, needs the fights to keep rolling in one direction.
Wait, you could have killed him.
Great stun there for Demonte.
Could have just killed him right there.
Yeah, ulti I think might have been enough. There's the Pantheon ultimate also getting burnt. So Dig kind of misusing some of their cooldowns there. I think Demonte should have at least tried for the ulti to force Anda to maybe use an extra summoner or force something out. And definitely an early ult there for Grig, although the rest of Dig are here, so they're going to knock down this outer tower. So it will not be wasted. But here comes Brandini. They're going to, again, try and fight for this. Definitely has to be careful, but can he navigate properly? Another great ulti. Olay able to block it out. The 2-man knock, though, is nice, and definitely you just need to auto somebody here. Now onto Olay, as Giyu is also chasing down the hook from Matt. Is nice. That's going to be the first kill over. Goodbye, Olay, as he finally forces falls. And Matt with a great stopwatch there is going to prevent Damonte's ultimate from getting it done as Ander chases down Grig. There's the double kill now for Deathly.
What a great TP there from Brandini. He had the advantage against Lorlo, and Dignitas did not time it, or at least they didn't think there was a ward behind them. That caught them by surprise. It's a huge amount of gold going for EG. What should have been Dignitas just quietly crashing the wave and continuing to get a lead in the solo lanes. Turns out it's now a 2-0 Vayne. This is such a good ultimate there. And look at the splitness of it. You've got Pantheon and Braum having to look towards the Ornn, and then Syndra is immediately hit by Nautilus. So she can't even follow up if she had an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and again, Giyu roaming at just the right time here. Lola way too far away. And the rest of the team really just giving Deathly these kills very nicely. Two different skill shots landing from Matt and Ander respectively in order to give Deathly a couple there in that play. Crab though goes over to Ander, does not have to smite it. It's actually the Rift Herald fight that's beginning, so we're straight back into the action here, Crumbs.
Yeah, level 9 on Deathly, full blade but no active up, and it looks like Dignitas, they don't have all the ultimates they'd like for this fight like Pantheon, but they're in position, they're just about to chase. Oh, they're not going.
Brandini doesn't have his either. In fact, most of the ultis being down means that there's not really a way to get in. EG are going to have to take the long way back around to mid, which may mean that Dignitas can at least get some damage done to the tower, if not outright take it, depending on how fast they can be. But EG know kind of what the play is here, so they are going to fend off Dig, and looks like Dig will just get a little bit of damage down, and do not want to stick around here, that's for sure, and they will back away from the mid tower.
They don't want to back away too far. 20 seconds on that Ocean Drake, and if EG can get the first look into that river corridor, we saw what that fight looked like when Brandini hit that 5-man Ornn ultimate. With the new Vayne items, I think definitely is going to be able to do a lot more than just hit Grig.
Yeah, Brandini back at it, has the ultimate ready, is going to actually buy an item up as well. The Herald charged in mid as EG want to make sure they have full prio on mid, but DIGA just trying to rush to Drake right now.
Ooh, they
are going to get it done. Yeah, no vision here for EG means they're a little slow for this take. So that will be the Drake over, but they're going to trade mid outer for it.
That's actually a pretty good idea out of Dignitas. So if I'm trying to understand why they made this move, they're feeling the pressure that EG is putting on them, and they know that a win condition for them will be the Ocean Soul. So trade everything you can to get as close to that and bank on that to be the strength that you need to be able to win these team fights. So now, hopefully the Ocean Soul is what they needed. It's definitely what they're counting on. They just need to make sure that that fight is what they want. Whereas EG, they're happy to continue to take the objective pressure and use that pressure to prevent Dignitas from setting up from that next dragon fight, which is exactly what they want. So you've got two plans all converging within the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, taking the gold pressure as well. They actually have that lead up by about 3,000 almost. So Evil Genius is trying to leverage what they've been getting, which is a lot more gold over, particularly to their carry. Definitely is almost done with his Gitsu's Rage Blade, but he's not there just yet. That will be the big point we'll look at here for this Vayne coming up. But Dig is still staying proactive, you know, looking for picks, roaming around with the Pantheon ultimate. They've got plenty of ways to set up between the Braum and the Pantheon, and Damonte is not letting go of this pressure topside. Definitely is alone for now. It's going to be a 4v3 in this top half of the map. Definitely going to have to trade carefully here. Does have his cleanse up, but doesn't want to face check the Syndra too silly.
They don't have a tier 1, so EG could actually run them down if Dig stays here. Notice that Brandini rotated up to mid. He doesn't have TP, but he wants to be ready for a fight. They're slowing Damonte.
Definitely's in. Yeah, going to be a bait here, though. Definitely getting low, and that's a shutdown. The ultimate from Syndra, more than enough, as Grig also leaps in a battle. Ander now going to have to get out of there, but he's got nowhere to go. Another good follow-up stun for Damonte, excuse me, as he takes down Ander. What a bait there from Damonte.
Okay, you want to lock down Syndra before you do that, right? So things like the exhaust, the Nautilus ultimate, you don't want the Vayne to start that fight like that, so he pays the iron price. I think it was actually just QR that killed him. I think there definitely was a Q in there. I can't imagine it was only an ultimate.
Yeah, I don't think at this point. I think there was at least one extra sphere tossed in, but yeah, definitely a little overreaching.
Insta buys him,
will say. He's like, oh, whoops, guess I'll buy this non-magic mantle. I mean, he's delaying his Ginsu, so kind of a rough life out there, but does have to pay respects to the Syndra, who already has the Ludens and double spell pen items done. Definitely, though, is in the side lane, so kind of picking up the waves as we expected here. Great hook there on the Phoenix, but he does buffer the Arcane Shift out. 2 minutes also till that Drake is up, so EG gonna have to contest for every single Drake now.
Yeah, they have to contest, but they're also having the split push online. Vayne is in the top lane, ready to go, avoiding Syndra at all costs. Good idea, considering how it went last time, and she can hammer away at this tier 2, and it puts EG in another tough position to make decisions, and it is, would you trade the soul for the Baron? Now, almost always you go for the soul. It's obviously very early and you don't want to deal with such a late objective, but with a Vayne, if you lose the ability to even access the pit, you can always fall back on that, and there's a good chance that Dignitas just does not even feel comfortable making that kind of trade or look, and they give you both.
Yep, does seem like EG is setting up to contest, though. I think definitely is trying to farm for this Rage Blade, but he's running out of time to actually complete this recall. Good bubble there from Giyu. I think extending it through the turret dribble there, but definitely is not going back at this point. He would have to go back basically now if he wanted to fall back. But I think EG are determined to stay out on the map and just rush down this Ocean Drake with the priority they've got.
They don't have the Ornn upgrades just yet, so they're not as strong as they'd like to be. We saw in that last game they actually could wait it out. Here the pressure a little bit too high. It's only the Ezreal that is basing now, has the TP up, and it looks like they're TPing him in. And why is Braum moving towards the Baron side?
I think they're a little worried, so we're going to get some vision down, but mid priority got retaken by Dignitas. EG think gonna have to find a pick here because Brandini's all the way in top lane, and again, definitely has not based. So EG made this decision to kind of find a timing, and I think they might have mistimed when the Dragon was coming up because there was space to take a recall and they didn't get it. Now they're forced to face check through Fog of War. They do have a ward in the back of the Drake pit at least, but a fight's gonna break out here before the objective is relevant, I feel like. Hook from Matt, finds Olay, but just poking in.
Ooh, they're in a rush.
This could be risky for Dig. We'll see if EG can line up this fight though. Speedtron's going to go over. Still onto the Drake though, both teams. A smite here for Zoe actually means EG can try and steal this now.
Oh, a double smite steal, that would be the play too.
I think they're going to have to go for that. It feels like they're just contesting here. No, there's the hook. They're going to go for the fight. Brandini trying to wait out the Unbreakable. He did use it. There's the Ram coming in. Only gets a knock up under 3. It's pretty nice. Is Giyu able to take down Olay? Demonte, though, very powerful. Giyu leaping in. There's Lolo into the backline, though, but they peel off. They make sure everyone stays alive. Definitely needs to live. Gets the next kill. Now on to the next. Is Demonte low? Is going to fall? No, not yet. It's Grig also low, and it's just an absolute mess here in the backside, but Phoenix falls to Giyu. Somehow EG have everyone alive, and they will get the kills and the Drake.
What a patient play out of EG. I mean, these are the ideal HPs that you want to see. Everybody's low, but everybody lives. Pantheon's trying for a steal.
Grig. Oh, gets Drowsy, takes down Matt, and that's not worth it at all.
Wow. Just superior team fighting. You saw how patient they were, just letting Giyu do a little bit of poke, keep having Matt looking for those hooks. He doesn't have the stone plate yet, but when you have so many threats and this shrine to help you get in the mix, it really gets easy. Look how deftly positions himself. So he ults here, hasn't tumbled yet, still not stealth, and now appears on the top side of the map. You're like, whoa, what's happening here? They're still going, try to re-engage. And then it's Lorlo that goes in, but then the carries aren't even there. So there's not a lot of follow-up on the set ultimate. So the disjointed engages out of Dignitas, where it's really, it looks like one member going in at a time, where there was Lorlo there or Phoenix before, and even here at the end with Grig is what kept everybody on EG so healthy. Need a little bit more coordination and target focus out of Dignitas.
Yeah, nicely navigated there for EG. Has definitely finally finished that Rage Blade and has his Blade of the Ruin King upgraded by Ornn as well. Brandini actually did burn his TP to, I think, maybe consider rushing Baron after that play, or at least just get control of the area, but he did use it before that replay started, so won't have it for a little bit. It's actually the only TP EG have. So we'll see if they regret that decision or not in the next few minutes, but for now, they're in control here. Still have the mid lane outer up. They're making pressure around the Baron. And definitely is feeling it. He's got the Negatron Cloak done. He's got 2 key items here on the Vayne. Any targets in his sights should be knocked down pretty quickly at this rate.
Here comes the 2-man Baron. Let's see if Dignitas sniffs it out. They only have Ezreal.
Oh, and good ultimate as well, but he actually used it to try and assassinate the Lee Sin, which I think was the right call, but they're not going to check as a result. Giyu has to keep them interested, though. Phoenix getting slapped down means that DIGA, I think, now know what's up here. There's the ram out as well for Brandini. Oh, he missed it. Now it's going to be a 50-50. They're going to try and kill the jungler. The depth charge happens. They're going to CC him up, and it's low. Who's going to get it? Oh, my God, it's Greg. He's able to steal it. Finally getting revenge for game number 2. Definitely's going to die to Demonte's ultimate, and that went so pear-shaped for Evil Geniuses. Dignitas going to get a big win there.
What are these Barons? What a call. What? So, if I'm not mistaken, Greg stole it with a Q? And that also killed Anda? Because both junglers
we'll have to see.
They might have both have had charges up. They both have it here. Let's see, so this is really cool. Anda is going to end up kicking out Greg as he flashes in. And then Q from Pantheon does what?
I think he got back in here. No, he didn't. He just stole it.
With a Q.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where Ando was, but he had Smite. I think it might have been at range. It was 522 HP.
He got ulted by Set.
Interesting.
Greg's revenge. That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, Dignitas now in firm control of this game off the back of a clutch Baron steal there by Greg. I can't believe that Q did that much if that's all it was. But regardless, a nice play for Dig, reacting well to the 2-man Baron. They figured it out. EG went for a risky play. It did not pay off, and now they're behind, not by much gold, but again, the soul point's going to be threatened. They have a constant siege pressure to worry about, and for how much we've been talking up Deathly's Vayne, for how good it has looked, for how much gold it's collected. Phoenix's Ezreal has been stunning the times we've seen it, and he's also not far behind at all. He's actually pretty firmly ahead in the CS department, and item-wise, he's about equal, so you can see now playing aggressive, going to force Giyu to use that heal. And I don't know if Evil Geniuses can stop the soul from being taken this time.
Yeah, this feels tough now that you have the dragon that's going to come up with Baron, and the Baron leads you to push both tier 2, so the way into the dragon is going to be so much deeper for EG. They have the damage, and that last play, I really felt like it was, again, them looking for too many plays that were not necessary. When you're going for the sneak, there was no need for Anda to be giving away his position or doing anything. You should just count on Brandini and Deathly to get it down. At least the carries of Giyu and Deathly will have flash for this next fight, despite the Monte and Phoenix having theirs up. That could be what they needed, because they team fought so well that last time.
Staggered recalls here for Dig, but it looks like they will make it out in time to contest for the Drake, just not to keep their vision up. EG now going to move in. They've realized that Dignitas has gone back here. And what's going to be the play? Not to rush for the Drake. They're going to look for a fight instead. Poke here lands from Giyu, hits onto Phoenix, but too far away to connect on that particular paddle star.
It's going to be important for EG's front line to not take any damage and just let Lurlo get into the back line. The Vayne will dispatch of any tanky members down there, so it's not needed for EG to overcommit. They will always have damage.
Again, both teams trying to get into the area. Giyu firing away on the Zoe. Does have the blue buff. Gonna get the bubble down, but it does just go through the goalposts. Dignitas are playing aggressive here. Greg gets smacked by a paddle star, though. This is a very tense Drake fight, and EG know they cannot give this up.
This is good for Deathly because Ginsu is already stacking onto the Vayne, so EG having a good idea of how they want to play this out, and the fight's beginning.
Yeah, there we go. Set into the backline, but Lolo is going to die to Deathly. Oh, the Drake goes over. That's the soul, though, for Dignitas. Giyu now has to win the fight with the rest of EG, but the front line is starting to melt. Demonte with a big scat of the week out as Matt is trapped in the back of the pit. He will fall, and Giyu just can't do anything with the Braum Unbreakable up. So Dignitas, they just brute force their way to the Drake and they grab the soul.
Really good look, and then Lurlo going straight into the back lane. Even though he died right away, you saw the threat he was posing with such a well-placed ultimate. It was going to hit 4 people, multiple members were going to get hit by the face breaker, so a nice look out of him that secures the dragon for a Grig, getting those 2 out of 2 smites or Qs if you'd like it. Just securing the objective. Doesn't matter how you get it, as we have learned from this series, as long as you get it.
Yep, Gui also getting stunned in mid lane. The Syndra is starting to get very out of hand. 4-0-4 for Demonte. Another great game for him after being fairly quiet in the first one. Does have the death cap now finished alongside the Ludens. And Morello is coming up pretty quickly. So surely Dignitas won't lose another game with Dragon Soul Crumbs.
Surely not, but
surely not.
But I've come to believe many things that seem quite unlikely, and teams losing with Dragon Soul is one of them. So I think that EG still have ornaments. You still have a very powerful late game, lots of crowd control. But they don't have that Ocean Soul, and I wonder just how valuable that is with only one healing reduction item.
Guess we'll see. Looks like some recalls being taken now as Baron is going to be back up in 45 seconds. Elder Dragon also to concern ourselves with in a number of minutes. But Dignitas in control once again. Zonya's now finished for Demonte. Not even going for Morello, just sticking with the orb alongside the Sork Shoes. 3.5 items now for Phoenix. Has the QSS for even more safety. It's going to be really tough for EG to lock down this Ezreal.
It really is. And just definitely has to stay alive, and the EG tanks need to really play far back. Matt now has the stone plate, so he's going to be a little bit harder to take down, but he's still no match for how powerful Dig's carries are. Even Brandini can really be burst, but it takes a Syndra ultimate, which might actually be the cue for a fight out of EG now that Syndra can't one-shot someone.
It's a pretty big cooldown to get, actually. Brandini kind of shrugging that off. Unbreakable not used here for Ole. Gyu gonna get in with the paddle star, but doesn't connect quite onto Lolo. Again, the cue is to watch. Oh, Gyu doing so well to thread these paddle stars around. The ultimate activated for Deathly. They've got the hook on the Lolo. The Haymaker's big, but Deathly's gonna take him down. EG with a big pick there to start it off.
That's exactly it. They can kill anybody. They have so much damage with the Bane. And the hook hits Ezreal.
Another hook. You got to be careful with the depth charge is out. Definitely hitting frontline right now as Ole with the Unbreakable up is fairly tanky, but Phoenix got to be careful. And looking for the kick. He gets a kick on the Phoenix, but he doesn't quite find the play. And now the stuns land from the Syndra. That's going to be Ander going down as Matt forced to flash out as well. And EG, now that they can't protect this Vayne, I don't think Definitely can win the back end of the fight. Going to be really tough here, but DIGA just chasing down the rest of EG. Definitely goes back in, but it's just so dangerous. He has to dodge everything. Shooting out, he can't get through the Brom. Demonte's there as well. Gonna get the stun down, but there's the Zonyas, and definitely to his death will flash into Dignitas. And that's gonna be a full-on ace for Dig as they'll charge down mid lane.
That fight started with EG getting a great pick, and now it might actually be the last fight of the game. Dignitas is gonna try to end it here.
Yep, they're gonna go for it here. Nothing really else to play for. The Baron is not needed to try and end this game as Dignitas finally gonna get themselves on the scoreboard here in the series. It's just Matt and Ander right now to try and defend. It's 20 seconds left on everybody else, and Matt's already dead to Demonte. So a 1v5 now for Ander, which I don't believe he can make. So Dignitas will finally get some consistency. They win with the soul. They'll stun down Ander. They'll get their revenge, and they'll make it a series, Crumbs. 1-2 now, 2-1 in favor of Evil Genius.
And the context with which they bounce back makes this third game win so impressive. From the tilting game 2 loss, from the limp game 1 to this, I think we might have just seen the bottom of Dignitas just mental fuel come out here, because no way that you get a Echo steal on a Baron and you're still level-headed enough to come back into the game without just using all of your reserves for staying not tilted.
Yep, really solid victory there, as we are going to be stepping away. But on the other side, we've got Game 4 of our series. Evil Genius Academy versus Dignitas Academy continues.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can
Hello and welcome back for Game 4 of Evil Geniuses Academy versus Dignitas Academy. After losing the last game, EG have gotten side selection and Crumbs, they've chosen red side. So we may very well get the same sides all series long if this is any indication.
Well, this is the kind of thing you do if you've only prepped one side of strats. So we're going to throw back to only blue side strats possibly for one of these teams. So just a little bit of a throwback meme there. But if you continue to choose red side, I think it's their continuation in going for that counter pick. Hopefully this time around it's not a Vayne and it's going to be something that I think has a little bit more impact across the map. So they're going to be using that to good use because it did net them 2 wins in the first 2.
Yeah, it felt like EG had it all figured out. That Baron was kind of nice, but getting it stolen basically turned the whole game around. And I think, as you mentioned in that game, Crumbs, it was just a risk that EG didn't need to take. And I think they've been punished a few too many times for overreaching in situations where otherwise they should just kind of chill out. Game 1, we saw like a very measured EG, and we thought maybe that's what we'll get all series long, and they'll just smash Dignitas. But it hasn't really been that way. EG have still shown that even though they are very talented as a team, they can do stuff they don't necessarily need to be doing. They're perhaps testing their limits too much.
They've got loose fingers. They're warmed up. They're like, well, I'm here. I want to make sure that I can execute on these plays. So they're trying to outplay their opponents a little bit too hard. And that is exactly the opposite of what Game 1 felt like. Game 1 felt like no one is trying to show off. No one's trying to outplay anybody. It's all about getting those objectives, getting the team play down. So we've seen that they can do it. And I expect that from that wake-up call of making that Baron call, getting it stolen, losing into the game, and going into a 4th game, they'll go back to the Game 1 approach, which was focus on those objectives, make sure that you take fights that are only necessary. So what do you get if you win this fight? If the answer is nothing, that's probably not a fight to go for.
Well, we'll see what happens here in Game 4's draft. Yumi and Tom Kench continuing to be banned pretty continuously. In fact, I believe that's the same first bans in every single game. Kalista will follow, also not getting given over to Deathly. And if trends continue, that is in fact Senna, the 4th ban there overall for this draft.
All right, let's use our powers of prescience here, and we're going to see a first pick set into an Ornn and...
Ooh.
Ornn.
Not Misfortune, because that one's already banned by Dignitas.
Last game they did Ornn Nautilus. I think Ornn Nautilus is too much early. Maybe Ornn and Irelia right away.
I want them to take Ezreal, honestly. Because the main reason is I don't think you should give Phoenix Ezreal. He looked so different on Ezreal versus Varus. There's so much harder to pin him down, so much harder to kill him. I like the idea of kind of picking the Vayne, but I don't think EG are going to go back to that. But they are going to go Ornn Nautilus, as they have done every single game now. Aphelios is banned, which of course means that the pool of champions available is limited, and Phoenix doesn't really waste any time. Straight back to Ezreal.
I'll give you an example that the Ezreal point, I think, really highlights. When Alistar was meta, weak supports would always gravitate to Alistar because you could press R and basically get caught, yet still not die. And so being able to give Ezreal to a player that has been getting caught when he was not playing the mobility champions, when he was playing on the Varus, is 1 or 2 less kills that Evil Geniuses could have had. Remember the gank into the bottom lane where Anda was not able to find that kill? Had that been an Ezreal, you get way more for that, right? The punishment is severe. There's no teleport on these other laners, so at least they have the Kai'Sa now, which was denied in the 2nd rotation from Dignitas. So I think EG is going to feel a lot more confident here having the Vayne be able to follow up into the dive versus hoping that Lorlo just ults into 4 or that Griggs Pantheon dives the backline.
Yep, they do lose Zoe as a result, though. That's kind of the trade they had to make. Trundle, though, going to get banned. I imagine EG will ban another jungler here. They do indeed ban Olaf. And DIGA basically priced into banning Syndra.
I think,
because I don't think you can afford to give it away here.
Syndra, or maybe even an Irelia could be really good here out of Evil Geniuses, because Trundle, Olaf are banned. You could just lock in Sejuani, Irelia, and have a really nasty front line with a Kai'Sa that can dive in the back, and your damage profile is going to be fine. A little magic damage, but if Irelia gets snowballed, it could be good. I want to see EG do it, but I totally understand if they don't go that direction.
I can only get 1/2 of it too, is the other thing. So if you also have to deny it if you think that
If you
Dignitas
take
can play.
Sejuani,
If you don't
there's
think they can
no
play
way
it, then-
DeMonte. You think DeMonte blinds Aurelia into that?
I mean, maybe not. We'll see. They are going to take Sejuani here.
Oh, I see.
I mean, we know Gyu plays Renekton, right? So that was the kind of pick he could play into Aurelia. I don't know if Devontae will blind Aurelia here, like you mentioned, but I think giving your mid laner counter pick makes sense. But now Digga, like, okay, what do we do? Because we have to navigate the Aurelia that's coming, probably. Well, or shortly if they don't pick it.
Oh, I feel like 3 melees already. A Sejuani, Kindred.
Kindred.
Okay.
Kindred Silas.
All right.
Just pre counter picking the Aurelia. This is what Devontae played into it last time. It was fine. There wasn't a Sejuani in Anders' hands, so the matchup will be a little different. But we'll see. Maybe Gyu has something else that he wants to play here into the matchup. If he does feel like Silas is strong enough into the Aurelia that he was looked like he was going to play.
The Aurelia almost got a solo kill had she not lost a flash in the level 2 face checking a Trundle. So it's gonna be hovered at least. I think it's locked in. Got it.
I think the 2v2 is strong enough that you pick it. So I imagine that's big for Gyu. It certainly will be locked in. And we're starting to get some idea of how these teams like to play the game, Crumbs. We already said that for Gyu, this is his signature pick from what we've seen. And we already know that Sejuani plus strong melee champion is good times for the Sejuani.
Yeah, this is a really good comp for Evil Geniuses specifically. In fact, this comp only works if you have a really good Aurelia that can make crazy 1v4 plays. And that's why I'm like, yeah, this is the team to run it. Another team that doesn't have an Aurelia that's that aggressive would be in a really tough spot because of the lack of wave clear. And this is a game that's likely to just explode wide open. Double melees, no good wave clear from anybody here. If you fall behind, turrets are going to drop like dominoes.
Yeah, I like the front line here for EG. I think it's a very solid comp. I'm really curious to see how these two teams play. And Grig also on the Kindred is something a little different. We'll have to get deeper into that jungle matchup in just a moment as we are going to go to a commercial break. As a reminder, it's a 5-minute break to preserve competitive integrity in order to build up delay for the games. So go to the bathroom, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. We'll see you here in 5 minutes for game number 4.
That he shall be alone until his end. His sorrow and despair became too much to bear. For him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
And we're back for game number 4, Crumbs. Dignitas Academy vs Evil Geniuses Academy continues in what is turning out to be quite the epic saga. It felt like we had all we needed to know from the very first game, Crumbs. So we were wrong. Dignitas are not going down without a fight, and very well could take us to a 5th game.
Yeah, I forget the grit of a lot of these players and just how long they've been around. Guys like Phoenix, Olay, Lorlo, even Grig and Demonte to an extent have been playing for so long. There's no way they would just keel over and die after the Baron steal that we saw. So good to see that they're still in here, but now the stakes have gotten much tougher as Grig has even more pressure onto him. This is the first time he's playing this kind of champion in this series, and it looks like, I'd say Anda has gotten the best of him for most of the series. So going up against an opponent that has bested you when you have the matchup that really needs to get things going into the early game is a tall order.
Yeah, just quickly checking. It's funny because Kindred is a champion that I actually do associate with Anda quite heavily.
Yeah.
Played it quite a lot in the early parts of his career. If I quickly look over now, I don't think Grig has ever played Kindred in a competitive game. Yeah, I quickly checked there, but I do believe that's the case. So this could be the first time Kindred there for Grig. At least my very tertiary stats check does seem to indicate that. But regardless, definitely not a champion we associate with Grig is this Kindred. So gonna see something pretty different here if he's gonna be able to perform on this particular pick.
You usually have very aggressive players pilot the Kindred, so players like Blabber and Anda even. So he needs to be constantly in the Sejuani's face. Gonna have to be doing a lot of dodging skill shots with his Q. So mechanically, it's pretty intensive, but at least in idea and what he has to do, he's already off to a nice start, going for an invade, clearing out a ward. So the same split map approach that Dignitas employed in one of these earlier games will be used here.
Yep, I like the sweeper as well from Grig, just taking out that vision, making sure he's got full control of this blue side of Evil Genius's jungle. And with Anda going to the Krugs after his red buff, I don't know how easy it is going to be for him to get a blue buff. So I guess we'll find out in a moment. Anda is going to park down towards the Raptors. Giyu, though, alongside Brandini, I guess going to have some priority in their lanes if Anda is going to go over and try and get this blue buff. Right now he's on the Raptor camp. As bottom lane has been pretty back and forth. Feels like Death and Matt have done a pretty good job for the most part. But early level looking good there for Phoenix and Olay as Grig. Yeah, he's going to go straight over. And I think Anda realizes he has to give up the buff. So he is going to get 3 buffed here to start off this game.
Yeah, that's a really good start. And it's only possible because the Monte, Lorlo, and even Olay and Phoenix were playing so far up. It allows him to do this, and at least now makes the correct deduction of what camps are available for him, so we'll get to counter jungle this Raptor. And now the icing on the cake is, where is the Kindred Scuttle going to spawn? If it spawns on the left side, then Dignitas is very lucky. If it spawns on the bottom, this is a sad Kindred.
That's true. I always forgot about the sad Kindred, and it is sad Kindred today. It is the right side Scuttle Crab that will be the mark for the very first one. So Grig gonna lose out on that one, but as you said, not much he can do. In fact, nothing he can do about that. That one was simply a coin flip.
Oh, this might actually result in Grig giving us the 3rd attempt at that gank into the mid lane. He's gonna go for the Scuttle now and has an angle against Giyu, who's running low on mana. He's trying to shove out the wave while Sejuani is here. See if he decides to stick around or just take the quick recall. With the help of Anda, he'll base, and pretty quiet early game, all things considered.
Yeah, did have a charge of his potion as well, and I imagine is running Time Warp Tonic there on Aurelia. So could have gotten a little bit of extra mana. We have talked in Champ Select about the power of Sejuani and Aurelia. Certainly don't want to overlook that for potential combinations. So Giyu going to be much more of a threat alongside the Sedge this time around. This is the first time this series, although not the first time this season, they've been able to play these 2 champions to great effect. Grig, though, continuing to counter jungle where he can. He's going to take away Anda's Krug camp. And all in all, both junglers actually doing a pretty good job of farming through the early game, trying to control each other's paths, but is very much a subdued early game to what we have seen in the last few games. So Giyu is continuing to be aggressive here against Damonte, just looking for stuns whenever he can. And Matt's even roamed up here to pay a little bit more attention to this mid lane.
They're putting so much value on the supports being able to go into the mid lane. It's paid off so many times before, and now there's pings going onto the Raptor camp from EG. They're anticipating Kindred to go there. They're not going to know that she's going to wrap around and maybe even find Matt here. This could be a very aggressive 2v2.
Yeah, Matt has been sticking around here for a very long time, but the wave is pushing away from Damonte, so might be hard committing to this 3v3. Oh, Damonte using that little dash there with the W, but Matt is just going to barely miss that hook, though he goes back in. Damonte, that was very ill-advised, and that's first blood for Ander.
That's exactly how EG plays this 2v2. They don't have Sejuani show up. They have her just trail the Irelia so that she gets a few sneaky autos, and before you know it, you're locked down. She's got enough CC. The same thing's going to happen here.
Yeah, oh, Greg, he's in trouble. He's level 5. The sun's about to line. Giyu's getting low as well, but they get the kill already. Giyu now level 6. That's going to be another kill. Olay is down, and the TPs are coming in. Phoenix and Damonte are rejoined, but they can't get anything.
They have not played against Irelia Sejuani in a long time, because when this duo was running mid 2v2, it was unbeatable. You could not come up even close to the Irelia if she was autoing you, and it's going to be now a 6-minute Ocean. That's a really great dragon, and all the kills going to the Sejuani means that the Kindred that was supposed to be getting ahead of the Sejuani is now just so far behind.
And Giyu is 0-0 and 3. Bilgewater Cutlass already completed, and we'll see how the madness begun. I had no idea what Damonte is thinking.
Going back in there, I mean, there's no damage, right? There's no way you're actually killing Matt, who didn't even get to proc the Aftershock. And now here, you just saw what happened to your boy Damonte. What could make you think that you have a chance here? Like, it was only close because Anda did not get the stun quickly. They get the flash as well. Boy, disaster in the mid 2v2, or the greatest thing that could ever happen, depending on which team you are on.
Yeah, I mean, the good news in air quotes is that Giyu didn't get any kills in that, and still, he's going to be really far ahead of Damonte. Already 10 CS ahead with that early Cutlass. This is going to get rapidly out of hand if it hasn't already. That had to be a misclick from Damonte. Like, I have no idea what he thinks is going to go, what's going to happen there. Because Damonte is going to go back in. Flash here for Giyu at the ready. Vanguard's edge out. Giyu going to go back in. He wants to make the play, and it's 4 people this time in the mid lane.
2 is not enough. 3 definitely wasn't. So they're just upping the numbers, and it worked this time. I like that look out of Dignitas, not gonna lie. Yeah, you lose some CS here, but at least you do some work into the mid lane, stabilizing that lane. You know how quickly it can get out of hand, and if they didn't go for that, I actually think Giyu was just about to set up a solo kill. You see how the Aurelias love to play the lane. They just auto that back creep one time, and suddenly they have access to you the second they keep proccing that all over the creep wave. So that's what he was doing, and the bot lane roamed the second that they identified he was looking for it.
2v3 now in the bot lane. Matt, no flash. Gonna have to be careful here, but here's the Kai'Sa and the Sedge. Level 6 for the Sedge as well. Matt knows that they can go in for this now. Definitely also with the Killer Instinct ready. Grigdo ready with his own ultimate. So Andy gonna have to play this one well. Phoenix with the snipe though takes down Matt.
Really nice look. It was looking a little suspicious when the Braum missed the Q and then Kindred wasn't even in range of the initial E, but the fact that Anda was there gave EG a little bit of confidence. Maybe they could look to turn it, and it was exactly that look to turn that got Matt low enough to die to a true shot barrage.
Yeah, it feels like, again, EG getting caught up a little too much in what's happening here and maybe not paying full attention to the overall situation of the map. Giyu going in there, certainly not respecting the fact that there are 3 other people missing. And then I think in the bottom lane, they're just thinking they had a little bit too much safety that they did not have for themselves. And look at Damonte. I like this, just playing aggressively.
Yeah.
Does have his teammates by him this time, but, you know, Giyu's not always going to know. As Matt is here, but I don't know if just Matt is enough.
Orin is here too, so they know. It's just everybody to the mid lane. You need the party here. They spot out Olay, and that lets Giyu actually clear out the minion wave.
Stun lands, and Giyu's just going to harass. Matt's going to show himself, but Anda also is here. He's going to clear out the ward on the right-hand side of mid. We did mention at one point that, you know, it feels like EG, you know, translate all their lead down to Deathly. I think they've decided that Deathly is just fine on his own. They're going to move all of their advantages to mid lane, because that seems to be where the action is located.
It's where the most is available to be gamed. If Irelia gets ahead, you know that split pushing matchup is going to be so lopsided, and if Silas can get to snowball, he has so many amazing ultimates to take. I mean, the last time it wasn't that good, but a Silas that can take something like a Kaisa ultimate into a team fight is really crazy as well. Just being able to reposition behind someone with a giant shield is not what you want to be dealing with if you're EG.
Yeah, a lot of good options here for Damonte. Because Phoenix and Ole are working on the plates here. They'll take down 2. Is going to be that swap, although no Riptail drop just yet for Ander. He's actually going to go ahead and recall. I lied. He's going to stay in top lane because they do want to take down the tower. Ander just waiting a little bit of time here. So they're going to knock this down, try and finish off the tower. They need to knock down as many plates as they can before they do get it done. But they should only need to knock down 1 more plate before they can take the turret out.
Yeah, good timing.
Yep, channeled it here. I think it's about 2.5 plates. And there we go. Oh, almost. Come on. All right, there we go. Very nicely done for EG. That's definitely, once again, the beneficiary of a lot of early tower gold thanks to that Rift
That's
Herald.
a good timing. That timing is actually straight into the Cloud Drake. That might actually be exactly what EG wants. A fight. They have no damage. TP from Deathly is here.
Matt's back in there. Oh, good ulti there, but definitely looking to play cleanup. Has to live, though. TP also in from Dig. Lolo going to join here, but here comes Giyu ready with the Vanguard's Edge. I can smell a 1v5 dive. Giyu going to get slowed down, though. Dive's called off. All right, call it off. It's done.
I wanted to see.
He was doing it for
yeah,
sure.
He's definitely the player to go for that. But I'm like, ooh, is that really with a Braum Q behind you? I think if he had flash, maybe he would have thought of a crazy angle out of the stun, but they at least get the set ultimate, which now forces Dignitas to try to get something around this dragon.
All right, well, I do have a quick update, although wait, no, we have a little bit of time before this dragon. Greek actually has played Kindred before. Played it once in the LCS 2018 summer, going 7-1-3. It was on TSM at the time, but they did lose the game.
Oh.
So he actually has played it. I take it all back. My info was not good. Shout out to production and stats for getting me the right info. So he has played it once. He didn't win, much like his Olaf in Academy, as Damonte was running out of time to use that ultimate, so just wave clears with it in mid lane. Always fun to see.
Well, the Kindred has only been played once, but so far it's been fine. Right? Nothing outrageous. I think the most outrageous things about the pick is usually your ult timings when it messes up a team fight, but it's a really good ultimate to deal with divers and people that just want to all in you. So champions like Sejuani, Ornn, and Nautilus that are really counting on securing kills after the CC lands will have a hard time if Gray can actually hit that ultimate, because this Kindred got buffed. The healing on her ultimate is a little bit higher now. That should actually work in their favor against this kind of comp.
Well, 2 Drakes already for EG, so off to a good start here. 2,000 gold ahead thanks to the early mid lane action with the Aurelia, but Dignitas have continued to hold on in this game, and at this point, Crumbs, I mean, if you win that last game after what happened to you in game 2, I'm never willing to count Dignitas out of a game at this point, but certainly a good lead for EG. I think looking closer to the game 1 form that they showed, as Giyu is just continuing to hound Damonte here in mid lane. He's going to get a plate for himself there in mid, but once again, it's 4 people converging towards the center of the map. Onto Phoenix they go. They're going to try and make it happen. Ooh, a hook is good, but Phoenix with a stopwatch, and they're going to stay in here. TP's coming in as well, but it's going to be a 4v4 between the towers. Matt going to get himself stunned up, and the knockup is good to find 2 more. Now it's 5v4 here for Dig. Giyu, can he line it up? Lolo's here. The stun is good. They have to back away. No backing down. Vanguard said, snipes Greg down before I can use his ulti because he didn't have it.
What an animal!
EG, get one back.
What an animal in Aurelia. What the hell? He's seeing these angles that are so thin from this champion. It's really exciting to watch this, and it was a great look from EG, but when they realized they got spotted, Matt and Anda blasting over the wall, they knew they didn't have that much time to go for this play. So I thought they were going to immediately ulting on Phoenix and hope for Deathly to collapse, but it was the stopwatch that outplayed the whole thing. And so now, it's like, okay, you have 1 pick, the TP is here, it looks good. Damonte missing this is a pretty big deal, but then watch what Giyu does, right? Stuns this guy, dashing in, and just so clean.
Really nice shut down there onto Grig, as EG at least make sure that their resources get something in trade at the end of it all. But we're still going to be kind of walking ourselves towards the next Drake here. It is a Mountain Soul for the first time this series. Definitely and Matt with 2 minutes to spare before they can go back down towards the bottom half to fight for the Drake. I'm going to stick around here and maybe find a jungler. It's actually Demonte. Temporarily jungling on the blue buff.
I think
he's going to get spotted.
Definitely and Matt want to be here for the next Rift Herald, so they're
makes sense.
Getting a nice little blue buff too, and Ornn is in no position to be punished, so he gets a crash of wave here while EG commits to a steal, and there's no response for Dignitas, so they have a little tempo advantage. Let's see if it means more than that, as Dignitas, they look mad, they want to fight.
Yeah, definitely got to get out. Does not get tagged by Braum, and it does. Nautilus ult there that was stolen previously is going to get used. Ander, though, still pretty tanky, but taking damage on the front side is Matt, who will fall to Demonte. And no ulti there for Gio. I think if they had some ults, it would have been a very different look. Instead, it's Demonte still chasing Ander, but not going to be able to find the follow-up.
Really good sidestep there out of Ander, predicting that Demonte would flash in to try to connect those chains. Dodges away, keeps the bounty, and Herald is still not up. It's about to spawn, but EG would be able to actually come back into this play as Matt's already back up, and Deathly's continuing to shove into the mid lane turret. So that kind of play that Dignitas just went for didn't really net you any objectives. It simply got you a little bit more gold. So EG not too worried about that one. You got 40 seconds on the dragon. They'll have first reset into setting up this vision, and that vision can get you the instant pick with a Kai'Sa Nautilus that you need to not even have to fight for this dragon.
Gonna have a lot of good ultis up as well. Brandini in particular and Giyu will both have their ultimates, as will Deathly. And without Silas ult or Braum ult, a little tougher for Dig to fight, although they do still have Set and Kindred to add to the table. And Demonte may have his ulti back up by the time the dragon is started, but it's going to be close on the cooldown, and he can't hijack Nautilus's ult, although he has plenty of other options. Giyu was pressuring top side. He's going to go back and recall and then TP in for this Drake by the looks of things. But EG are at least looking for this. Ander is on the Gromp though, so maybe they don't want to commit too hard. Oh no, it's going to get stolen here. That's TP from Giyu, very deep. Gets the stun down. Giyu now going to have to be careful. Vanguard's Edge gets popped. He has to go back in and just try and make something happen. Gets low, too low it is, but Brandini's in the backline. But the Lancer Spike going to keep the backline alive for a little while longer. The three-man knock-up's massive. Definitely in the backline. Going to get one. Going to make it two. There's a second one pop. And going to be a third as Lawler will fall as well. Make it the third over to Brandini as EG find the fight.
What a knock-up from Brandini there out of that Kindred ultimate, because Giyu TP's way too deep, right? Very squishy, not a single HP or resistance besides the magic resistance out of Merc Treads. Can't even get the Kindred ultimate. But then when it comes out, Brandini hits it against the wall, and it's picture perfect. The second the ultimate comes and wears out, three people are in the air. They get dragon, turret. It's such a good fight for EG.
Yeah, you think the On ult's the only problem that On has? No. Brandini shows that there's plenty of CC left in the On kit. Everybody's brittle, they get knocked into the air, and third Drake for Soul Point here very quickly over to EG as we'll watch this one again. I mean, Giyu looks like he's throwing his life away.
Luckily, he hits a pretty crucial stun there, but at the back end, right, he does his damage, and then let's just watch what Brandini does. Where flashes in, hits that brittle, three people onto him, and then bam, the little edge of that wall. If that wall wasn't kind of peaked that way, I don't think that would have actually hit all three.
Yeah, definitely also forced to flash, but does not die to the Haymaker at the end of the fight, and that gives him the team fight win and the Drake pretty resoundingly there, as Evil Genius is starting to snowball back up. This is looking way closer to their Game 1 form, Crumb, so can they cleanly finish things off from here? We'll have to find out, but certainly looking to be in full control in this mid-game.
Yeah, they're going to have triple teleports just like Dignitas has, so they'll be able to match whatever pushing shenanigans Dig wants to go for. And once Kai'Sa has mid control as she does now, and the Baron spawns, they can actually go back to the Baron and pull that same play that they tried to with the two-man, and I think they'll learn that they don't need to show so early, so they've got a lot of plays available to them. We just need to see them not take them all, because that's what their problem has been. They see too many plays, too many opportunities to outplay, commit to too many, you're spread too thin. As a result, you're weaker in those plays, you die, you give the objective that you wanted up, and the game gets thrown. I don't think they're going to do that again here, because this is kind of a low kill game considering what they usually look like when you have an Aurelia Sejuani in the game.
Yep, just sweeping up vision right now, trying to threaten the mid lane, because that tower in mid is pretty low, and that's kind of the last piece for EG to really unlock the rest of this map. Giyu, though, in the meantime, is in full-on side lane mode. Is just going to tear down this tower with these blades.
I think I want to play Aurelia after this.
Stick around to defend. Yeah,
right?
Same. That's kind of what I've been thinking.
Like, he's making it pretty easy. Is it easier than I thought?
I don't think so, but it's very fun, I can tell you that much. But Blade of the Ruined King certainly seems to be something fun to do in League of Legends these days. EG not overreaching. They do lose the outer tower in bot lane, so Dignitas do pick one up for themselves, their first actually of this game. But EG still, again, in control here. Up 3,500 gold or so. Not overreaching in these spots. Just leaning on the power of Deathly's Kai'Sa, and also has a lot of gold to his name. Just slowly working this mid outer tower and waiting for the objective to spawn. They can force a fight around this dragon if that's what they want, because that will be the soul that EG can grab.
It's crazy that this is also the team that has the Ornn, whose upgrades haven't even come in yet, so they're going to have plenty of ways to become stronger than their opponents despite the Mountain Soul, which appears to be already going their way, as this is all they're working towards. You have the Stone Plate completed on Matt, and they will have his done, and this is always a very questionable point for a lot of players when you have the components that Anda has. You've got a armor, MR, and your stopwatch, and you can obviously complete that Stone Plate. It's very cheap, but then do you price the Stone Plate over the stopwatch usage? And sometimes some players just don't want to use the stopwatch. It usually involves you becoming more aggressive, whereas when you upgrade, it means you just want to survive as long as possible. This to me tells me Anda wants to get into the backline, wants to be really involved in this next fight, and potentially even look for a steal if they lose a team fight, because that's what the stopwatch allows you to do. You can just get in there, secure it, and survive.
Yeah, I think understanding that the next big moment of the game is going to be a pretty critical one to EG successfully snowballing this win and closing out the series here in playoffs. Going to take the mid outer tower. That's so much more room now to maneuver. So at this point, they haven't taken a reset, but they have kept up the map pressure in order to be first to this Drake and contest for the soul. That being said, Dig has bought recently, so with the Rift Tower being channeled to buy a little bit of extra time, this could be a fairly tight 5v5.
Certainly looks like that Aurelia is not even going to TP. She's just basing and walking straight to the fight. Same thing with Silas and Lorlo. So odd that the more TPs there are, the less the fights revolve around them, and the more it's just a matter of you need to be there first. The time of channel is too long for you to actually pull something off if the vision isn't quite right. And because no one has had the deep wars that are needed, we're looking into just river control above all else.
Yep, you can also see Anda going to get aggressed on here. Demonte going to steal the depth charge, but can't find a target to latch onto. Giyu is on the flank, though, potentially. Has actually recently bought himself, does have the the Droom's Fist added for a bit of extra damage and health. So this could be quite the pinch here, but they're racing down the Drake. Giyu now going to show his hand. The threat is there. The Drake is going over. It does go to Lolo, but Ole going to be caught in the cross. Is going to go down. There's Silas diving into the backline. Demonte with a really nice stopwatch and a great face breaker there for Lolo. Could turn it back around. The ulti out of Grig is going to keep Lolo alive, but just barely. But Brandini again ready with the post-ulti knock-up. And that's going to be yet another kill as Phoenix falls to Anda.
They only lose Matt, so they can go straight for the Baron here. Grig might be making an opportunity for a steal if he can find it. Anda does not have the regen necessary, but they're moving towards it. Ornn can definitely tank this, and Giyu still has TP, so they lose the Mountain Soul, simply delayed, and will get a Baron instead.
Yeah, a trade they're more than happy to take here. Insta TP from Giyu, not wanting to waste any time. Didn't even really buy anything else, just has a Ruby Crystal actually added in. Grig is here. They're going to have to make sure he does not get in for a steal, and definitely says absolutely not, get out. And that's going to force Grig away. He doesn't have an ulti, no chance to steal this at all, and that will be Baron over to EG, but Ole's in. He wants definitely Giyu Now going back around is Brandini again diving in. He might just give his life away here, but I think the fight maybe could go in favor of EG. Brandini with a stopwatch. Giyu again kiting around, but Lawler with a massive haymaker now into stasis himself. With the shutdown comes in front of Monte. Giyu diving in, but the health bars, they're so low on both sides. The stolen Vanguard's dead. He's going to give a shutdown over. Matt's going to fall as well, as Baron almost being stripped off of every member of Evil Geniuses.
They fell for their own trap. They thought that there was a fight happening. Like, well, let's just keep going. The fight is here. But they lost the Baron. They committed everything for that, and they didn't reset. They haven't not reset. You mentioned that Giyu hadn't reset, but everybody else also didn't have new items. So there was so much more behind than Dignitas when they show up to this fight. Everybody should have just left here. And instead, they're like, well, I guess we're in a doomed position. They could have just let Brandini get out here, but when Giyu and Andy are like, oh, maybe we can stun everybody, we've got a lot of damage, and the hook into the Haymaker is an odd combo that you don't really get to see very often.
But hooked up nicely to Monty with a beautifully stolen ulti, and at that point, the fight is lost for EG.
Too bloodthirsty here.
Yeah, and it costs them not just in, some progress being lost, a bit of Baron time here, although definitely is now onto the tier 2 in mid. Devontae bought him a Giants before the last team fight started and didn't die, although it was close. He just picked up like 12 stacks after that team fight.
Started at 4.
So like a risky buy, like he literally bought that before finishing a second item. I think just thinking that the next team fight we have to win or we're not going to win anyway, so I might as well try and snowball it super hard. But he's been rewarded for his risky choice now with 16 stacks. So Dignitas behind, but not out of the game just yet. EG going to have to do way more damage with this Baron to kind of put a rest to Dignitas' comeback in this series.
Let's see if he uses that extra mobility to outmaneuver Evil Geniuses, who is already hammering at a next inhibitor turret and about to be at the tier 2 for Giyu. So Medjais is definitely helping him, but not enough just yet. I don't think he can even 1v1 Giyu at this point.
Yeah, gotta transfer the Baron buff here, so Ander and Giyu working on the tier 2, but they're trying to split the map here with Brandini also not being around. So Ander and Giyu gonna have to give up their side lane adventure. But EG still applying pressure here. Got the Red Bull Baron power play up for 30 more seconds.
Got Ornn in top lane, just a 2-2-1, not the classic 1-3-1, and that's mostly because Anda is just moving about. Once he rejoins with Kai'Sa, might start to see Dignitas think about where they can engage as they see all the members and they know that Irelia does not have the Sejuani ready to back her up, and yep, it's just gonna be a Baron into some gold. No base turrets taken. We got a long game ahead of us.
Yeah, back for the soul, I think, to set up there. EG, happy maybe giving one mountain away, but that's about all they're willing to do. So going to go back and get the vision out around the map, and they will be first to the area, given that they were able to be the first to take the timing.
So look at Deathly's build. He's going to be going for the Death Cap 4th. I think that this is a point in Kai'Sa that can be played as just a very strong poke champion. She should have W evolved, so she can just continue to chuck those out like she is doing now and just whittle away at Dignitas. And that kind of damage on the front line is going to matter in a fight, because front line that can't engage and last as long as they should ideally with 100% HP don't buy enough time for marksmen to deal the damage, or carries like Silas.
I like this trap that Ender's setting a lot here, although he's going to put himself in kind of a compromising position. He's going to be spotted, so going to have to go over the wall. Potentially does take the blast cone out, but the ward over as Grig is continuing to fire arrows into the sedge. Giyu also with another big flank. Ooh. Ulti out of Brandini. Oh, what a stun. The Sejuani ult's beautiful. The triple stun. The knock up there. The Lambda's fight finally burnt, but Ole's already dead. The set ult there is going to force Giyu to use the stopwatch, but Lolo is going to get shredded down as a result. That's a double for the Kai'Sa. Make it 3 is definitely killer instincts into the backline as Matt steals his kill. And now Brandini going to get another. That's the triple kill.
That's it.
Overall, actually, for Deathly, and only one left alive. I think EG have done it, Crumbs.
Wow, what a way to play the game. They didn't even go for the dragon. They saw the fight right away. Giyu had the great flank, and even though Ole stopped him from being able to instantly execute the Kindred so that the ultimate wouldn't come out, everybody else was already in such a good position. This team has quickly become my favorite Academy team to watch. I'm not going to lie to you, Pastry. They're so exciting, and a lot of it comes from Giyu playing this Irelia so well.
Yeah, when they're playing well, they're awfully fun to watch, Crumbs. There was a speed bump in the road in game number 3, but they have righted the ship since then. There are respawns coming out, so they're going to have to play somewhat carefully, but the Nexus is open and it's down. EG will take down Dignitas 3-1.
Wow, just a really great performance out of them. Quick adaptation, some bad things happening, but they recovered, and then they learned from the first week, which was the most important thing. Do they look better as they progress into playoffs? They absolutely do, and I can't wait to see them in the finals. They're already there.
That's true, they are there. They'll play the winner of Cloud9 Academy versus TSM, which we'll talk about in a moment. But Crumbs, I think I agree with you. Like, their picks are cool, they're an exciting team. They've shown that they're among the best teams in Academy. It's just the cleanliness that we need to see, because there are still moments in that series, despite clear improvements from last week as well, where EG sometimes like a little too scrappy.
Yeah, some of those mistakes against better teams, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And so you don't want to be giving those inches that against other teams don't look like much until you encounter a really high stakes match or a really good team that will just see that opportunity and run away with the whole game.
Well, speaking of, Crumbs, we'll pull up the bracket right now and see exactly how we're going to get that path to finals coming right up. As we already mentioned, TSM Academy and Cloud9 Academy will await Evil Geniuses, or I guess other way around, will play for the spot against Evil Geniuses, who are now into the final after their series win here against Dignitas. But Crumbs, Cloud9 Academy, TSM, EG looking good. I think TSM had a hot series, but I'm not sure they can hold on against Cloud9 Academy. I mean, at this point, Cloud9 across both leagues are clearly favored in every best of 5.
They are, yet across all leagues, it seems like Cloud9, TSM, and EG are also top teams. So I would not put things past TSM. The preparation is there. They haven't seen Cloud9 play, and that's always the double-edged sword of playoffs. Would you rather have all the time to practice and improve and redefine yourself during playoffs, or do you want to just cool off, show nothing, and trust on your practice from the regular season? Over the years, it seems like just more games translate into better performances, so I think that TSM might be putting a strong fight against Cloud9 despite the dominating regular season end of C9.
Regardless, it's certainly a worthy opponent for Evil Geniuses waiting now in that final after their win today. But we'll see, Crumbs. As a reminder, that second semi-final will be up tomorrow, 1 p.m. PST, so tune in on this channel if you want to check out the continued playoff coverage of Academy Spring 2020. But that will do it for us here. On behalf of Crumbs, myself, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll catch you here tomorrow for that match exactly. TSM Academy versus Cloud9 Academy. Take care.